Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining in here. Anthony, thanks for jumping in here with me tonight.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me, buddy.
Happy Friday the 13th.
Happy Friday the 13th, man. Yeah.
um, I know when we started messing around talking about doing this list, I wasn't even thinking about that. And you're like, we were trying to think of a day to do this. And you're like, well, dude, there's a Friday the 13th here in September. We should totally do that. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
great idea. So,
Because I think when you originally approached me, with the idea, you were thinking like October.
yeah, I was. Yeah.
And I started looking because I was curious. I was like, oh, I wonder if there is a Friday the 13th coming up, sometime soon. And then I looked, and sure enough, September the 13th. And I was like, oh, that would be perfect. That's the
perfect.
fall season.
Yep.
So
Everybody's itching to get the
yeah.
Halloween, the
Yep.
fall season kicking off, and the movies and everything. So I was just gonna say, everybody, welcome in. I was calling it the Friday the 13th frenzy. We're gonna go through, talk about maybe some of our thoughts on the movie, some of our experiences, our memories with it, and then go down through and do our personal rankings of the entire franchise, including the remake and Freddy versus Jason. We'll have all 12 of those in the ranking. And just throwing out there, like we were talking about earlier, but backstage, these are all just our personal rankings, and everybody's going to be a little bit different. And I think we were kind of talking where I even said too, like, you could ask me in 2 months and I might switch some of them around, if I go through and watch them again. And that being said, just because one of the movies, whatever we start off with, we're going to go from 12th to first to our bottom to the top ranking. And just because it's on the bottom doesn't mean we hate the movie and think it's trash. It's just ranking and personal preferences, whatever, between all of the movies. And you gotta put them somewhere. But it doesn't mean we hate the movie when it's on the bottom. So
yeah,
not necessarily.
I love all 12 of these movies. They're so much fun. This is the franchise that's like the most easy to binge watch.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so much fun. I love all the special features, especially the making ofs that came with these, with the Scream Factory box set, of course, that most I know people have shown this off a million times, but it's beautiful, and it really is a great set. I mean, it is loaded with amazing special features from the directors, the cast, the writers, the actors, the people that did the music. I mean, it's amazing.
Well, and that being said about that box set, it's cool enough. I think it deserves to be shown off tons and tons of times.
Yeah.
It's a cool set. And I was later getting it because that was one of those that sold out pretty quick when it first came out. And I was like, oh, well. Anyway, I got it later, but that's where I'm excited to dig into these with you, because I know you're a huge fan of Friday the 13th. I've always enjoyed it. I've grew up with it. I remember watching them young, up to, now. But I'd say probably that's where I think I was excited to talk to you because I think you got a lot to bring to the conversation. And I'm, like I said, I'm a fan. I've seen them all before, rewatched them all again for this, as well as you, I believe. And, just to have them fresh in our head, but I'm probably, I fall in the casual, probably fan of them. And I hope that doesn't have bad points against me, but
No.
I enjoy them very much. But yeah, you could probably quiz me in that and be like, oh, you're not a true Friday fan, something like that.
No. I hate it when people try to test everybody on their Friday.
Yep.
So, you can just be a casual fan and still
love them.
Franchise. I mean, you don't have to know every single, there's so much information, things to learn about this franchise that it's it's a lot.
Yeah.
And not everybody's into all the background stuff. Some people just just take the movies for what they are, and then that's it. They don't need to dig into all the special features. But yeah, I also rewatched all of these. And I wanted to do it close to this date too. So I kind of waited until the last couple of weeks or so, because I wanted to have them all fresh on my mind.
Yeah. No, it's a good way to do it. Because I'll admit, this is where somebody could call me out at some point on some of these. Sometimes some of the movies, some of the things kind of cross over in my memories, even rewatching them earlier. So hopefully people won't hold it against me too much, and you won't. you won't offend me if you're like, oh no, Corey, that was in this one, or something like that. And I'm like,
Yeah,
I'll be like, oh, yep, yeah, you're right.
yeah. It's easy to do, especially because the first few movies or so, like they retell the last one's story, so
Yes.
kind
Yep.
of bleed together, and that probably makes it a little bit tricky sometimes too for people because they do that a lot.
Yep. And I
Like,
have old guy brain too, so sometimes that just it hurts me a little bit, and I have a hard time. But no, I'm excited to dig into this. Go through the Friday 13th, the franchise. But I'm going to run through the chat just real quick and say hi. We have a few people jumping in saying hi.
cool.
I think this is a new person. I've never seen her name before. Allie.
Oh,
No,
what's
just
up,
kidding.
babe? How's it going, Allie?
Hey, Allie. It's showtime. Hey, everyone.
Showtime.
Thanks for joining in. Oh, and I am going to go through the rest of the chat here just to say hi to everybody. But as we're going to go through this, I think we were thinking of going through and starting with going from bottom to the top. And so, like, Anthony will pull out his number 12, and we may talk about a little, whatever, and we'll kind of see how it flows from there. And I'll do my number 12, and then 11, 11. So anytime when we're doing this, if you all want to throw out, if you have a ranking in your mind. If you don't, that's fine too. You could just jump in and be like, "Oh yeah, I love that one," or "I hate that one, Corey. You're wrong. You shouldn't have it there," or something. But if you want to throw that in there too, just because I don't get in the chat like immediately, maybe throw in there. If we're talking about number 12, maybe just put 12 and throw the one that you're putting for that ranking, and
I would love that because
we could shout some of those out.
I'd really like to hear everybody else's rankings too, as long
Yeah.
as they've, as long as
That's
they've seen all the movies and
Yeah.
they remember them well enough. I think it'd be cool.
Yeah. So if you're willing to do that, throw the number and the title out there as we're going through each of those two, and then so that way, if I don't get through the chat each round, I can look back and be like, oh yeah, so and so said their number 12 was this, and
Right.
Go through. Yeah, it'd be fun. So we got Allie there. We got Just Moody. Hey Steve, how's it going? Saying howdy.
What's up, Steve? Howdy.
Howdy. Double feature cat.
Hey,
podcast.
Mika and Kira, how's it
Mika.
going?
I can't talk today. Ooh, boy, I better get over that. I'm tripping over my tongue today. But happy Friday the 13th to you
Happy
too.
Friday the 13th to everyone out there.
Yeah. Got Prince in here saying,
What's up,
I
Prince?
love seeing my friends going live. Thanks for jumping in. Adrian James saying, hey there, guys.
Adrian.
Emmett, what's going on? Another happy Friday the 13th. That's always fun.
Yeah.
Has anything unlucky happened to you guys on a Friday 13th, maybe?
Yes. Today, literally.
Actually, I did too.
my dog got stung by a bee or a wasp.
Oh, no.
And had to be taken to the emergency room because he had an allergic reaction. So he had to get he had to get like some steroids pumped into him to try to fight it off and everything. It was really hectic, kind of a morning and stuff.
Oh, wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
But he's doing a lot better now. He's just, he's got little thing wrapped, or like a little bandage wrapped around one of his legs, where they were putting like the steroids in and all this stuff, trying to help him fight it off. But he's doing good now. It was
good.
Scary because it must have been because it's getting to the point of the season now where it's like getting colder. So I would think that all the wasps and bees would be going elsewhere, dying off, but he managed to find something out.
Survivor.
Just out in the
Found
grass.
the survivor.
Yeah,
the one hardcore one that's still living through the cold.
Yeah. Well, what happened to you?
Nothing that bad. I mean, like I was like, mine's going to sound like pretty silly, but I was just talking about, I was laughing because we weren't going to plan it, but we were almost twins for this. That I have that exact same shirt on. I was planning on wearing it tonight. And I was rushing. I was falling behind getting home, and I was like, I gotta eat a little something before I get on here, and had that shirt on, made this nice little sandwich, took a big old bite, and it just was like, and I had like sauce down the front of it, and I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. So,
and that's the worst too, because it's a white shirt.
It's white. So I'm sure I can get it out, but there's no way I could do it. Like literally it was like 5 minutes before I was going to log on here. So I was like, nope, it's a shirt change time. So, so I guess that was my unlucky thing. So if that's the worst thing that happens to me, I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Yeah.
Our Life in Horror saying happy Friday the 13th. Thank you for
Happy
jumping
Friday
in here.
the 13th.
I hope you both are having a happy Friday the 13th as well. Actually rewatching the films. It's not one of our favorites, but it's a fun time. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And such, like you said, it's very easy to run through them again, because when I looked at it, when we first started talking about it, I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. And then sometimes my great ideas I think about a little bit, and then I'm like, oh, that seems like a lot to do, or sometimes I bite off a little more than I can chew, kind of a thing. But like you said, I mean, they're they're all around that 90-minute mark,
Yeah.
that hour and a half mark. So man, they seem like you can get through them pretty quick, compared to anymore. I think I'm used to 2+ hours for a movie. And so there were some nights where, if I started it early enough, I got 2 of them in,
Yeah.
and so, yeah, no, very good. Yeah.
I
It's fun to
noticed that
rewatch them.
I noticed that once you started watching them, it was a pretty steady flow for you, because I saw on your letterbox it was
Oh,
like
yeah.
bing, 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 and like they kept appearing on your letterbox. I was like, oh, Corey's getting through these pretty good.
He's on a roll.
Yeah.
He's on a roll. Yeah, I think I started right before Labor Day weekend, and we were gone for a few days. So I watched a couple, and then I probably had a couple days of nothing. And then after that, it was like,
No, you're good. Uh-oh. The Friday the 13th curse is getting them now.
I spoke too soon. I always laugh. I think I can like literally choke on air sometimes. I'll just be like breathing, and I'm like, pop, pop. So anyway, that was really professional for everybody to listen to here on the live stream. So sorry about that. But yeah, so I had a few days without them, and then a couple days, like sometimes I get up early on a Saturday, and I get a movie in before everybody else gets up and going. And I got one done. And then later in the day, I was like, I can fit another one in there. But,
Yeah.
wow, I got to recover from that. Whew, Mark sitting
Howdy.
here saying howdy, fellas. Hey, Mark, how's it going? How would you rank Friday 13th, the final chapter, A New Beginning, and Jason? Oh, we'll be getting to them. We're going to go through all our rankings.
Can't spoil it this early.
No, we can't. Nope.
He's trying to get us.
I see what you're doing there,
He's
Emmett.
keeping us on our toes.
I see what you're doing there. You almost got it. No, we will go through all of those. So you will find out by the end of this live stream where
Absolutely.
we have all of them. And know that they could change the next time we do it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's for sure.
Steve was saying, I haven't seen one of these movies in decades. I'm just along for the ride. Hey, that's cool. Yeah. We appreciate you hanging out too. Yeah.
Definitely. Maybe this will, get him like wanting to rewatch some of them again. He'll hear
Absolutely.
us talking about them, and give him that like passion to go out and watch a couple.
Next thing we know, Steve's going to be running through them all.
Yeah, he'll have his own ranking.
There you go. There you go.
Stream going and stuff. Yeah.
Mark was saying, you're finally going live early. You kill me with those late night ones. I know. I'm usually a little bit of a night owl, and that's just when it ends up working out. But yeah, we just thought this one worked out well for both of us for this time. And
Yep.
I'm glad you could join in for a bit, Mark, or for the whole thing, whatever you can. Yeah. Appreciate it. Emmett was asking, do you guys really believe 13 to be an unlucky number? Are you superstitious?
You know what's funny? I'm actually one of those guys that kind of reverses it. I kind of like the unlucky numbers and unlucky things. So I like 13. I like 666. I like stuff like that. I like the more unlucky numbers. Try to kind of reverse your luck and make them lucky in a way. Yeah. What about you?
I'm not very superstitious at all. So that doesn't bother me. Like, the number 13 doesn't bother me at all. But yeah, I know it definitely comes up. Like I've seen, times where we have, I see like mailboxes that have the numbers going down it, and like people will scratch out the number 13 or, things like that. And so I'm not really superstitious. So no, not really. I have fun with it, and going to the, Halloween time and everything. But, and when we hit Friday 13th like this and everything, but, nope, I'm not very superstitious, but maybe I should, 'cause now I've already, dropped half of a sandwich on the front of my shirt, and I had to change before this stream, and then I just choked on air trying to talk here too. So maybe I'll be proven wrong here in just a second. But so got Ashley in here saying, dudes, just thought I would pop in to say hi. I'll have to catch a replay later. No, that's
what's
cool.
up, Ashley? How's it going?
Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it. Laren is in here saying, hey, Wilk, Anthony, good evening to you both.
Good evening to you, Laren.
Yeah, good evening to you, sir. See you later, Ashley. Oh, maybe there's a live stream later. I'm always out of the loop. I always like find out people's live streams like last minute. But Holland was saying, hey, Corey, my red leader and Anthony, horror YouTube god of the millennium.
Yes, I love it.
Holland, you finally got his title right. I
love
appreciate it. I appreciate it. We got Reed in here saying, what's up, guys?
Hey, Reed.
Reed, I need to come with you on a vacation sometime. I've seen those pictures of Hawaii, and it looked pretty nice, man.
Reed knows how to party.
Yeah,
right
it
now.
looks like
he knows how to party.
It looks like it. I've seen the first one, and that is all. That's all right. You can still join in as long as you don't mind. We're kind of going to be free of talking about the movies, so I guess maybe we can say there probably will be some spoilers throughout the conversation. Not that we're going to go through step by step of every movie, but there might be some things that might come out. So
yeah, he'll probably forget by the time he gets around to watch the next ones, though.
He'll forget that we even had a live stream.
Right.
Larry was saying, I love early Saturday movies. My dad and I used to do that. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah.
That's cool to hear. I do it. Yeah, I'm like by myself, but I always like it because it's one of those things. I get up really and, or really early. It depends what you consider really early, but I get up earlier and get my dog out and get him all taken care of. And then we'll hang out and watch a movie. Just going to run through here real quick. Got people saying hi back and forth to each other, which I always like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait. Holland said, I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little statitious. You're not superstitious, but little statitious. Mediocre stitious.
Stitches? Yeah. I'm just little stitches.
Yep. Not super, but yeah, do a quadruple feature there, Laren. You could do that. Well, 4 of these might be the same length as some of the movies that come out anymore. But
that's what I was thinking, man. It's so refreshing going back and watching like the horror movies that were made back, like in the 80s and stuff, especially slasher movies, because they're like an hour and a half, maybe an hour and 40 minutes, but like a lot of them are just such a nice runtime. You can get through them quickly, and they tell a story with like zero fat on the bone. Whereas I feel like some movies nowadays, they go a little too long, try to get a little too cutesy, a little too artsy, a little too, linger on things longer. Just, it's just different nowadays.
Yeah.
I miss a good 90-minute runtime, especially because nowadays it's like everything is 2.5 hours, it seems.
Yeah. No, I would, I'm right there with you. 90 minutes is awesome.
Yeah.
I love finding good movies around that runtime. Laren was saying that would be possible only if you give my quadro feature Holland. Oh, maybe he's got to recommend the movies to him. His 4 that you need to watch. Okay. So Emma was saying, I'm just ready for spooky season to come. Yep. I think a lot of people are getting ready for that for sure.
I think September for me is kind of when it
ramps up.
Because it's fall time, so the leaves are changing colors, and all the places, Spirit Halloweens are popping up everywhere. All of the stores that you go to, whether it's Walmart or Target or Meijer, if you have Meijer where you're at, Michael's, like all these kind of places are loading up on their fall and Halloween merchandise. So
yeah,
pretty cool.
Yeah, I need to get to Spirit Halloween sometime. The first one, I thought it was opened up, and I went and pulled up to it, and they're like, not open till next week. And I'm like, oh, come on. Because I live out in the country, so I was like, come on. I purposely went in there so I could check out what they had in there. But Movie Hunter was saying, evening, everyone, at work, but we'll try to keep up. Oh, thanks for joining in.
Hey, Movie Hunter. Yeah.
We love it. We love it. you're not wrong, Ella. Is there any announcement, or is the second one coming on soon to 4K? There is a 4K of the second, if that's what you're asking for Friday the 13th, because there's the new scare set. Or what's
Yeah,
that? Scream.
Paramount Screams.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Paramount Screams Volume 2 or whatever they're calling it. Yeah, where Friday the 13th Part 2 will be in there on 4K. But I'm sure if you just wait a couple months after that comes out, it will get its own
Get a
solo
standalone.
standalone release onto 4K. Just like Sweeney Todd did.
Yep.
And now Sweeney Todd, that was in the first set, that was the one that was like, oh, you can only get it on 4K in this set. And
Right.
a couple months later, boom, it's got its own individual release. So
Yep.
yeah, I think you're good to wait on it if you're not like dying to, or just get the Blu-ray.
Yeah, right.
So
yeah, if you don't want that Scream set, whatever. But
yeah.
Jado Latte, my honorary mom, in here saying hi, Corey and Anthony. Hope you're having a great Friday 13th.
Hey, how you doing?
We are.
Yeah, she that's Nikki, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Nikki just had a great stream over on Bob's.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, that was really good. I liked it. Talking about 10 recommendations, 10 movies that she watched that Bob picked out. And I thought that was a really great stream. They got pretty deep.
Yeah.
Especially those last couple hours, it got pretty deep. So
yeah. No,
very enjoyable.
It was a good one. I was jumping in and out of that, and I was actually driving for quite a bit. So it's kind of nice when you have something going on like that. I got to listen along while I was driving. So I'm going to skip past some of the highs back and forth. Mark was saying it's been a very long time since I've seen a movie with work and a toddler. I never get time. Oh, with work and a toddler, it's hard to see movies.
Right.
Yeah. I finally watched Maverick a couple weeks ago, if that says anything. Oh yeah, Top Gun Maverick. Finally got that one watched. But no, I understand. It's hard to make time. That's where we say those 90-minute movies are nice.
Yes. Oh yes. Yep. Yeah. So that's cool though. I mean, sometimes you wait for them to come out, on video, and then you watch them at home, and it's even more relaxing and chill anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Van Gool saying hello, everyone. I've seen the first and the fifth one with Corey Feldman. All right.
All right. Yeah.
Very cool. All right, I'm gonna run through here really quickly.
They're all fun.
Yeah.
I mean, they really are. I feel like, yeah, you might miss some little things if you don't go in order, but you can pick any one of these out and watch it just on its own, and you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you completely on that. Emmett, how would you guys compare the Friday the 13th films to the Nightmare on Elm Street movies?
I also love the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. So
both are fun franchises that I grew up with, both of them. And we might end up talking about that at some point because there's a certain movie that is in the stack somewhere that was highly anticipated by lots of us, that those two franchises got to meet up finally. But,
that's true. Yeah. But no, it'd be fun to go through maybe
Nightmare.
You and I, Corey, and do a Nightmare ranking stream sometime in the future. That'd be fun. Yeah. This is the 40th anniversary this year. But we could wait until whenever. We'll see. Maybe we can make it work sometime in the future.
I think we both got a nice 4K of the first one coming to us at some point here.
We sure do. We sure do.
Got those pre-orders in, so that's going to be fun. We got Larry in here, the Horror Cat Dad, saying, I'm happy with that Scream Factory release, so I'm good on the 4K releases of Friday the 13th. Yeah, good just sticking with that box.
Oh, yeah, I don't blame. I do, because it's a great set. And I feel like the films all look awesome. You probably don't need to upgrade every one of these to 4K. I mean, if you want to, a lot of diehard fans will, but I really don't think it's necessary. I mean, this set, unless those 4Ks come out with new special features, I just don't really see much of the point.
Right.
Like the Friday the 13th remake, Arrow just released, and that's got a bunch of new special features. So that I will get because I'm interested in what the special features are.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I really like this set too. And I probably won't upgrade all of them, but let's just say all of them get individual 4K releases. I could see a couple of these in here wanting to go and grab the 4K of, like some of your top ones or something.
Sure, yeah. No, absolutely.
But for sure. All right. And then Larry saying hi to everyone in the chat and to us and to the chat.
What's
And
up?
Larry saying more of a Jason fan. That's all right.
Yeah, Jason's great.
Yep.
I get why they're so much fun to watch. I mean,
Yeah.
even the one that you might find the least likable or entertaining or whatever is still it's still probably going to be a fun time to some degree.
Yeah.
Um,
No, absolutely.
yeah.
Holland was saying just saw Dream Child the other day, and so I've got a few more good movies to see before I finally watch Freddy versus Jason.
That's cool, Alan. I'm glad you've been making your way through all the Nightmare on Elm Street films.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you to get to Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah, for sure. Spooky season rank the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Yep.
Yeah, I would love.
That'd be a fun one to go run through those again too.
Yeah. And look at it this way, Corey. You already knocked out Freddy versus Jason. So that,
yeah.
so that.
Well, and you can include that one in both franchises, right?
I mean, you can.
Yeah,
no, absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. So you don't have to rewatch that one.
One down. One down. I'm ahead of the game already. So. Yeah. Let's see here. Larry was saying if 7 gets all the deleted stuff restored, I'd pick that up.
Yep. Yeah, I would love that. I think a lot of the fans would. I know you can get it from one of those sites that makes, the movies, for the fans or whatever. I know you can get that cut through one of those sites, like Instagram and stuff. The people that just make them like that put out the Netflix movies and the films that don't have a physical media release. One of those guys did a cut where they put in all the gore and all that stuff. I have no idea how it looks. It might not look good. I'm not sure.
You might be able to tell a big change when it goes to those scenes or something. But
yeah,
I'd be down for that too. Yep. We got Mia in here saying, "What's up, everyone?"
Hey.
Thanks for jumping in here. Eli saying, "What's up, Corey, Anthony, in chat?" Hello, Eli.
What's up, Eli?
Jim's Movie Channel. What's up, everyone? Happy Friday the 13th. Beware ambulance drivers named Roy.
Right.
We'll be talking about that at some point here. Yep. So, yeah. Thanks for jumping in, man.
How you doing, Jim? Yep.
Saying hi to each other. I need to watch Jason X where he goes to space.
Yeah.
We'll be talking
and
about
then you can watch Leprechaun in Space.
There you go. Yep, for sure. Now they just need to do like a crossover with Alien versus Predator. Have Jason in there too.
Man. Woo, that'd be a good time.
In space. There you go. There you go. I just created a movie. I want all the royalties for that. No. All right, we'll take a look here. Jim was saying, I just subscribed to both your channels. Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
We always appreciate it. Every single one counts, and we appreciate every single one of those. So
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. And that's one thing I'll say. And we will get to our countdown here. But I love everybody talking so much and in the chat. That's why we like doing these live streams, being able to hang out with everybody. But just like Jim here and a lot of other people that are in the chat, if you see a name you don't recognize or you don't know the person, look them up. There's quite a few people in here that have some great content that they're putting out, YouTube channels or Instagram. So I'd encourage everybody, if you see a name like, oh, I haven't run across them before, just do a little search on YouTube and you might find your next channel you really like to follow.
Definitely. Yeah.
So, the stream is going to last for a day. Sorry, Laren. I'll pick it up here. I promise.
Yeah.
I promise.
Well, that's all. What's funny? That's what I was just telling Corey. I'm like, if it's an active chat, it could go on for a while. And
yeah.
If it's a chat that's just kind of like, just get to it already, then it could go by really quickly. So it all depends on the chat. So it's cool. But I like the whole point of doing a live stream is to engage with the chat. So,
correct. I agree.
I've seen people do live streams where they never talk to the chat, or they'll talk to the chat like maybe every 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 20. You know what I mean? And it just goes on and on. But the fun of doing a live stream is interacting with everybody out there.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, we would just do a pre-recorded video and just put it out. And
yeah. So it does add some time to it, but it's time that we enjoy.
All right.
That hanging out with everybody that's jumping in the chat. But
Yep.
Emma was saying, I mean, you can rank the Nightmare on Elm Street movies on a spooky season. Oh yeah, for sure. Yep.
Emmett, I'm
Yep.
totally down. I would love to do that.
Yep. That's a great idea. It's another great franchise for sure.
Yeah. Yep.
Larry was saying, then you can watch Hellraiser in space with bloodlines.
Oh yeah, there you go. I was trying to think of. I'm like, what's the other one? I know there are more that went to space. That's the other one. Yeah, Hellraiser went to space. Yeah.
That's funny. You know, at a certain point of all those franchises, they're like, what else can we do? Or something.
Send him
like
to
that,
space.
Yep. Go to space. He hasn't been to space
Send
yet.
Chucky to space.
Yep. Yeah, Chucky, that would be fun too. Jim was saying, I posted my ranking yesterday. I'm catching a lot of shit about where I put Jason X. Oh, well, we'll see. Maybe. I'm sure like no matter what. And like we said, these are our personal rankings. And even the bottom one doesn't mean we hate that movie. It's just how we rank it in the thing. We still can really enjoy the bottom of the 12 and really
listen, somebody has to come in last place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody's got to come in first place.
Yep.
So it is what it is. That's the whole thing with the ranking is like, yeah, because you're never going to make everybody happy. So you just got to do you got to make your own list, and whatever you love. It might be maybe you love a certain performer as Jason. Maybe you love the film because it's nostalgic to you and you grew up watching it.
So that's a big thing right there. It could be when you saw it, what was going on in your, like you have a strong tie because you have a nostalgia for, when you went and saw it.
Nostalgia is the most powerful drug out there.
Yep, absolutely. And it can make any horrible movie great.
Yes.
Not saying any of these are horrible, but I'm just saying that I know I have some that I really love, but I know it's because of the experience I had when I went to watch it, being with friends or family or whatever.
Listen, if you're not in the horror space and you don't love horror films, if you're somebody like Ebert and Roper, the old critics, you're not going to love these movies. I mean,
right.
Not, because you're not, you have to know what slasher movies are all about and know what to expect and, to have a good time with them. But, some of the more hardcore critics and stuff that just they can't appreciate a good slasher film. They're not going to they're going to look at these as like trashy movies.
Right.
Probably, if they had their way, they wouldn't have even seen the light of day.
Yep.
And if you hear like Ebert and Roper talk about these movies and stuff, oh my God.
Oh, I'm sure they just tear them apart.
Yeah,
for sure. Am I dead yet? Hey everyone, first time on your live. I was going to say, I've not seen your name come across before, so I appreciate you jumping in. Hey, if you have a fun time, check both our channels out and hit the little sub thing. I got to do the little self-promotion, but yeah, if you have a good time, hang out with us. And I appreciate you jumping in at the very least for this one. So thank you very much.
Or maybe it was us. I always forget which one of them really, because there's also Siskel. There's like Siskel and Ebert.
Yeah.
Ebert and Roper. I don't know. I get them all mixed up. One of those guys really hates the movies though, because he did one of them really
didn't hold back
movies. Yeah, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, right. Yeah, whatever. Different strokes for different folks. But Lauren was saying Anthony's light back there is mesmerizing.
Thanks,
your mask going.
I love that thing. Yeah, it's just like this little projector that I got from Walmart. And
it's cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. I got it last year, and it's pretty sweet. I mean, it kind of does like draw your eye into it.
It kind of does the little wave effect to it.
Yeah.
But, Jim was saying I worked as a projectionist, if I could talk, in a theater in 1984 and saw Nightmare on Elm Street in an empty theater after hours by myself the day before it came out. Best theatrical experience ever. That's pretty cool. You had a private viewing of it ahead of time.
That'd be amazing.
No less. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
That'd
if I had early access to all those films, that's all I would be doing. I'd never leave the theater.
Yep, for sure. Jim was saying, I definitely hate the bottom two on my ranking. Okay.
That's fair.
I gotta go check your ranking out. Or like we said, while we're listening, and we're gonna do like each of our 12s, and then we'll kind of, do each one from bottom to top. If you want to throw any of yours out there, just put the number, what your ranking is, put like 12 and what the title is, and we'll try to read through those as well and see where we're all at. You know, maybe we will all be different. Make no mistake, I want it to last days. I've always enjoyed your longer streams, Wilk. Oh,
Oh
thank you.
yeah, oh yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll try to keep it
Yeah. Don't
reasonable
worry.
for everybody.
Right, we'll see.
Yeah,
Maybe
I have
we'll,
a hard time shutting up, so
yeah.
it won't be short.
We'll see you tomorrow, Laren. We'll still
Yeah,
be streaming.
yeah, right.
We'll keep you busy for your whole work day tomorrow.
Exactly. It's a good thing they're still going.
Right.
Larry's saying, but we can all agree Goes to Hell is the worst one. I don't know. We'll have to. We'll get there here pretty soon.
We'll see. I know it's so much fun because I feel like see, the one guy said Jason Goes to Hell is his least favorite.
Yeah.
The other guy said Jason X is his least favorite.
Yeah.
You know, you see what I mean? There's
Yeah.
everybody. I've heard a lot of people hate on a bunch of these movies.
Just recently I was talking to somebody about this and they were asking me, I'm like, oh, I'm not going to give out mine yet because we're doing the stream. And they're like, oh, that's cool. And they kind of threw out, what did they say? I think they said Manhattan was, Jason Takes Manhattan was their bottom.
A lot of people hate Jason Takes Manhattan. That's another popular take. Yep.
Yep. Am I dead yet? No longer Friday the 13th here in the UK. Oh, okay. You're across the pond there. So I appreciate you. Appreciate you joining in. So you got your early morning hours then. So saying hi. Hey, am I dead yet? I'm not sure. Well, hopefully not. Yeah, Siskel and Ebert, maybe. That's
Siskel, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I always get them mixed up. I always forget which, because I didn't really watch them too much. I remember seeing those clips on YouTube, and I know other people have done streams where they've just gone through his list. I guess Siskel then.
Yeah.
It's just him like ripping apart the Friday the 13th franchise, basically. It's like, oh man.
That's funny. Okay, I just totally lost where I was at here. But so if I skip it over anybody's comment, it's not on purpose. Just trying to keep up with everything, and then we'll get into our list here, and then I'll jump back and forth between our picks and the chat. So, like I said, if you ask a question or send something, and I miss it, just throw it back in there again, and I'll try to get to it. Like Allie is saying here, I disagree about Jason Goes to Hell, Larry.
There you go. See, I'm telling you.
She was like, those be fighting words.
I think everybody, and it depends on when you watch these too, because some people, they watched them back in the day when they were first being released.
Yeah.
And you got to remember, you have all this anticipation for what's to come next, and then you watch Jason Goes to Hell, and they blow his ass up.
Yeah.
So I could see that really pissing some fans off, especially if you lived through that back in the day. But now, if you're somebody who didn't grow up with it and you're just kind of watching the movies and taking them for what they are, I could see you maybe enjoying the film more just kind of for what it is, because you don't have the anticipation built up as much,
Yeah. No, I could see that for sure. I'm going to do a couple more quick, and then we'll put a pin in it and at least get into our number 12 picks.
Is there still that much chat left to go?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
People are great.
Wow.
People are doing great. So
that's
sorry,
cool.
That's where I feel like I'm falling behind, but
that's really cool though. I'm glad people will show,
there's really great interaction. Like people are joining in and talking. So like I said, if I skip any, not on purpose, just throw it back out there if I miss something. But Jason Takes a Boat Ride is definitely either top 3 or bottom 1 for everybody.
Yeah.
It's like one or the other. It's like there's not the middle ground. Well, you'll find out tonight.
Yep.
If that's the case for 2 of us here. So Larry, agree to disagree, Allie. Am I dead yet? Always got me that they never made a Freddy versus Jason sequel. Yeah. There's at the end. We'll probably get into that, but they set it up like they could, but never did. All right, I know I'm skipping across a lot of the highs and stuff. Jim was saying, as a kid from the suburbs of Chicago, I grew up watching Siskel and Ebert. I listened to them, but I never listened to them when horror was concerned. They hated all of them.
Yeah, see what I mean? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I feel like a lot of the hardcore critics, especially back then,
they're like, that's below us.
did not care for these horror films at all. Just because they looked at them as like, oh, you're just butchering, these kids on screen just for everyone's amusement, because they're supposed to be, they're like they're all supposed to be around like what, high school age or maybe a little bit older, so they look at it as like, oh, you're just brutally murdering these young people on screen for just these bloody gruesome kills, um and there's just like there's no purpose to it or anything, but it's, I don't know, but it's crazy because you got to be able to just enjoy the movie for what it's giving you too. Like it doesn't,
Yeah.
not everything's gonna be the Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
Not every movie's gonna be one of these highbrow type
Yeah.
of things. Sometimes it's so for some people it's cathartic in a way, because they just love that feeling of like dread and horror and the build up, the anticipation, the suspense.
Well, there's some excitement that builds up when you're
Right.
like waiting and you're.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know. It does it, especially back then. It can put like the fear into you because it's
Yeah.
like, especially back before there were cell phones or anything like that. Now you got everybody worried, like, oh my god, what if there is like a mass killer out there just going around, slaughtering campers and stuff? Like, what if that happened?
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I appreciate them because, and there's a lot of art that goes into slasher films. Like all of those kills you see
Mhm.
are done with practical, well, the ones especially back then
Yeah.
were done with like practical effects and molding and appliances and trying to get all this just right. And if they accidentally like cut the head off wrong or they slash the person down the face wrong, then they would have to mold a whole new head, and that's hours to do. And it's just really, there's so much creativity that goes into these horror films, and they get like no respect for it at all.
Right.
And that to me drives me crazy. It's like, if you want to say the story's kind of basic or whatever, then that's fine. But just because a story's basic doesn't mean that it's not effective.
Right.
And it's effective in what it's giving you. And that's why so many people love it.
Right.
So
absolutely. No, I agree completely. A couple more highs, and then I'm going to put a pin in it, and we'll get to our first pick here. But like I said, people are still going, so I love it. I love it. I always feel like I'm scrambling and trying to keep up. But Jeff is in here. John Doe Juggalo saying,
"What's up, Jeff?"
Everybody, thank you, sir, for jumping in. We got Tiana in here too, saying Happy
Tiana.
Friday 13th. So, so what I'm going to do? Okay, I'm going to put a star in it just so we get started, so I don't get too much grief about getting an hour in and not getting to our list yet or something. But I will get back to the comments, so please keep on going. We'll try to jump back and forth as we do each of the rankings. Now we're starting with our number 12, the bottom of the franchise. Doesn't mean you hate it, just the bottom of the franchise for you. If you want to throw in the chat, put number 12 and what your pick would be if you want to join along, or you can just comment about what we pick for those.
Right.
So I want to start with you, Anthony. What I would like you to throw out there what you got for number 12.
All right, number 12 is going to be Jason X.
Jason Goes to Space.
Jason Goes to Space. Yep. It was cool because Allie and I got to watch this one together. And this was one of the only ones that she hadn't seen because she just watched Jason Goes to Hell.
Okay.
So this was the only one left that she hadn't seen. So I was like, oh, let's just watch it together.
Yeah.
Because visiting and everything.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah. And we were both kind of thinking the same thing. It's like, it's fun. It's cool that it's in space. It has some decent kills. I love Kane Hodder's performance.
Yeah.
As Jason. But for me, the problem is, I think all of the characters in the movie are just pretty boring. I just don't get much out of them. I mean, the one chick, who's like, a cyborg, and she's kicking the shit out of Jason, and she's got her guns. And
after she gets her upgrade.
Yeah, she gets her up. It's fun, right? It's really cheesy, campy fun.
Yeah.
But it's hard for me to really care about any of those characters because they're just like, I don't know, they're just not relatable to me really
Yeah.
at all. So, but I do like the virtual reality stuff, the
Yeah.
sleeping bag kill where Jason's just,
Yep.
beating those two girls in the sleeping bags and stuff. And
Yep.
there,
I,
there's a lot to like when he gets his upgrade and he becomes Uber Jason.
Uber Jason.
I mean, I dig all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the chick I was talking about right
Yeah.
there
Yeah.
in
The,
her
the android
yeah,
after her upgrade.
looks like she's in like a bondage type
I
outfit.
know. It's like, of course, they got to put her in like a dominatrix outfit or
Well,
something.
yeah, like a dominatrix outfit. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, dominatrix. So, yeah, for me, this has got to be dead last. Even though, like I said, I still enjoy it.
Yep. Doesn't mean
Allie
you
and I
hate
had
it.
a good time watching
Yeah.
it, but it's just my least favorite. So that comes in at number 12.
All right. So I'm going to state, I think we said this before, but I'm going to definitely say it here. Anthony and I have not shared any of our picks so far. We don't know any of the rankings. So this is just by chance that my number 12 is, and not joking. I got them all stacked right here in order.
Yeah, so do I.
My, yep, my number 12 is Jason. Jason
Wow.
X. So that's hilarious. So okay, we at least we matched on one. Now I'm gonna watch the rest of them be completely completely off. So I'd put this one there too, and a lot of the same reasons you said. But like I said, that doesn't mean I hated it, because like you said, there was some fun stuff that went on with it. The android, the cyborg, she was fun when she got her upgrade, and she was like being the badass for a while, and like going after Jason, and she had some kind of like dark humor, with that too. When she lost her body and the guy's carrying her head around, and she's still talking to him or whatever. And there was some good kills in there too. I still really like. There's the scene right when he wakes up, and it's like the liquid nitrogen where he takes that the gal's head and then smacks it on the that was. So I got to give it points for some things like that. Like that was a pretty cool kill in the movie. Uber Jason looked cool. I think, when it first stepped out, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. That mask. So I still think this is a great cover art. I like that.
Oh yeah.
The setup with that. And you kind of got the before and after of him and his mask there as well. So I really like that. The virtual reality thing, I thought that was cool too, like you said, but it was so funny where they were leaning into probably what people complained about Friday the 13th movies. So when they did that setting, there was like the two girls or ladies, whatever, and they were like, oh, we're going to get naked and have smoke drugs and have premarital sex. What are you going to do? Like, or something like that. And he's, I'm sure that was like leaning into what, reviewers or critics have like criticized them for doing in the past, and they leaned into it pretty hard but it was kind of the trick to try to occupy him and not let him get to where they were at in the ship and everything. But
there's also some questionable CGI effects, because they used a lot of CGI in this movie. They obviously had a way bigger budget because they were going out in space. Also, to ensure that they didn't mess with Freddy versus Jason, they set this in the future to make sure, because they knew that Freddy versus Jason was a movie that was going to come out soon. So, because Freddy versus Jason came out in 2003, this came out in 2001. So when they were first writing this, they're like, we have to make sure that we don't mess with that timeline with whatever because they had no idea what they were doing with Freddy versus Jason. So they had to do their own thing. So Todd Farmer, who is the writer of Jason X, he also wrote the My Bloody Valentine's Day remake, and he also wrote Drive Angry.
Oh, yeah.
So he wrote this, and he was like, well, let's just set it out in the future, and then that way we don't mess with whatever they're doing, and we should be good. So that's what he did. And I mean, it's fun. It's a fun little movie,
so fun.
But I think it's at number 12.
Yeah, and with that bigger budget too, I thought it was a little lackluster for the setting, the ship, and some of the things. It just I don't
It
know.
looks like a sci-fi movie, like a
Yeah, yeah,
it
not
looks
like
like it's made for TV sci-fi film,
yeah,
especially because of the lighting. I think the
yeah,
lighting is very like there's like no atmosphere to the film.
hmm
It's just kind of things happening. There's really no atmosphere or anything, and you know, I don't know. Yeah, even I don't know. Like the score was okay. I liked the score well enough. It was all right, but it just like I said, I never felt like any of the suspense or tension or anything kind of revving up because you could see everything so well, see everything coming.
yeah,
Um, but yeah,
yeah. So I give it for that. Uber Jason, cool mask, and that one that especially that one kill with that liquid nitrogen or whatever it was.
yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool,
And there's the
memorable.
kill where he throws the one dude on that giant
Oh yeah,
that giant spike or
yeah,
grinder thing that when he like swirls around it.
yeah. This
What a
the
the
corkscrew
drill,
thing.
like a
Yeah,
drill or a
yeah.
screw or something, and he landed on it, and then he just kind of went down like this. That was cool.
And of course they start throwing in the one-liners because I think one of the things they're asking like, "Hey, did you find?" I can't remember his name, but did you find so and so? And the one lady, the army lady or whatever they were, the mercenaries. There was that group there that was kind of the protection or the
They're like
muscle.
tactical team.
Yeah, yeah. But I think the one lady was like, "Oh, he's screwed." It's after he's already like,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, throwing the one-liners out there, but
Man.
it's like, oh, he's screwed. I'm like, oh, yeah. But anyway, that was funny. So that's funny. Well, okay, we got the first one down. Wow, chat's going pretty good. Do you want me to run through that real quick or just
Sure,
go to
yeah,
our next?
go
Okay.
for it. Yeah.
I just feel like I don't want to fall too far behind, but it's so funny that if nothing else, we have 1 out of 12 that matched up.
There we go.
And our things. But and my dad was saying movie critics never give horror a fair shake most of the time. Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
That's true.
I'm going to skip through a lot of the highs back and forth. Jim was saying Siskel hated Friday the 13th so much he gave out Betsy Palmer's mailing address and encouraged people to write letters to complain. Unreal.
Wow, that's insane.
Taking it next level.
Jeez. So he doxed her.
Yeah.
Basically.
Old
Like, that's
school
doxing.
docs.
That's
Old school
doxing
docs.
for
Yeah.
for back in the 80s.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. No, I did not know that. Jim was saying Fangoria was my Bible as a kid. It showed the artsy and artistry. Sorry, I always read things wrong. Artistry involved in making horror films. Yep.
Yes.
I was never allowed to get them, but a kid that rode the school bus with me would have them, and I always remember checking them out with him on the school bus.
They always have the coolest covers.
Yeah.
They really do. I mean, it'd be fun to like just kind of put those on your wall or something.
Oh yeah. Those posters right there. Yeah.
Like sure. Frame them, just
yeah.
frame them and put them all over the wall because they're so beautiful. I love the artwork on Fangoria.
Yeah, I agree. They did do a good job with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're still going.
Yep,
yeah.
Absolutely. Jim was saying my number 12 is Jason Goes to Hell. It's an abomination when a great opening with a great opening.
Yeah.
That's funny. And it's funny. I even noted a movie later. They actually highlight a Fangoria magazine in one of the movies, at least one of them I remember seeing, but we'll get there. Saying hi. Okay. Yeah. With a great opening. Yep. I got you there. Yep.
Yep.
Jason X sucks, but it's fun. Yeah.
Yep. It's true. Right.
Yep. Robo Jason. Yep.
Yep.
Larians, I love Jason X. Incredibly fun, fantastic kills. Yeah. And like I said, just because it's at the bottom of the list doesn't mean I hate it. It's
no.
Yeah, just ranking them between all the rest of them.
I'll rewatch it. I'll definitely rewatch it again and again. It's for me. It just one of them has to go on the bottom, so that's just the one. For me personally.
Yeah, no, for sure. Jim was saying you two are both in the majority of the fans, and I respect your opinions. Just know that you're wrong. I love that. I read that a little too slow, but I love that, Jim. I respect your opinion, but you are wrong.
You're dead wrong.
Yep. Our Jurassic Chaos. D and Chilo, how's it going? Saying happy
Friday the 13th.
Thanks for jumping in and saying hey. I appreciate it. The holodeck scene is worth the price of admission alone.
Yeah. I do love the build up. Like I do love the first scene where you have the military guarding him, and of course Mr. Cronenberg has a cameo.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah,
General
right
guy.
here.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
there you
there
go.
you go. I figured somebody would probably bring that up at some point, but
Yep.
yeah. When he kills Cronenberg at the beginning, absolutely.
Yep.
Cronenberg has a nice cameo there, and then he's the one that gets like the spike or spear or the piece of pipe like thrown through his chest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was David Cronenberg. And yeah, but I like that whole opening, that build up, and then like when he like stabs the chick through the cryo freezing
yeah.
Unit, he like just stabs right through that thing.
Yeah.
And all of that was really great. I love, because it was taking itself pretty seriously by that point.
Yeah.
Like it was, I was like, oh, okay, I can see where this guy. And then it just seemed like as soon as they got out into space, it started getting like sillier and sillier. And
that's the one-liners like we were talking about, like, oh, he's screwed. That stuff started getting thrown out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does feel there's a different feel to the two settings on those for sure.
Yeah.
Larry was saying, exactly, Jim and Oates. I respect everyone's opinion, even when they're wrong. Yeah, just kidding. All in good fun, gents. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's where it's fun to, yeah.
It is
just
good.
Poke at each other a little bit to be like, why'd you pick that? Why'd you pick that? The biggest travesty of Freddy versus Jason is that they didn't get Kane to be Jason, but that's just me. Is that what
Freddy versus Jason? Yes, I 100% agree with that. Yeah, for Freddy versus Jason, yeah, they should have gotten Kane Hodder.
Did he have the longest run?
Yeah,
I thought he did.
But... Yeah, he did 7, 8, 9. Even though 9 was kind of a limited thing because he got blown up, but then he got brought back at the end.
Yeah,
and then he did Jason X, and then that was his last one.
Yeah.
Although I think he did do some video game stuff for Jason. They had him in to do like the motion capture stuff.
Yep. Yeah, I do remember seeing something about that. Jeff was saying we hating on Jason X, and we're not hating on it. We just, if you're gonna rank them, you gotta.
Something's got to be at the bottom.
Order.
That's what's so much fun about. I love ranking this franchise, even though it is like. People, because people have strong opinions. Like this is huge. This is probably the biggest franchise. And people have very strong opinions with this stuff. So it's always a lot of fun. Kind of like seeing where everybody else is going to rank things and seeing like how, like, oh, you put Jason X down there, you rat bastards! I can't believe it. People get so upset.
That's what we were talking about, like nostalgia too. I know some people that I've talked to over the years, that was their first one that they ever saw, that Jason X, and
it was the first one that I saw in the theater.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they loved it because of that, and so because of that, they have it like, top 5. But it's. I can understand that though. I'm not going to be like, oh, you're wrong, but it's like, I can understand that nostalgia, that pull to it. And I might have some higher up on this list too, that are nostalgia for me that some people might not agree with as well. So I'll probably bet on that. Holland saying, yeah, Jeff, these two are player haters. Player haters. Hating on Jason X.
Player's going to hate, man.
Don't hate the player, hate the game, or whatever. Only some of us. JD, what say you? Might have missed that, but saying hi to Jeff. In the UK, I grew up with Barry Norman as the main movie critic back in the 90s. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know that one, but that's some of them we threw out too.
Did he also hate all the Friday?
Yeah, I'd be curious. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of wondering if it was so, because I think you were saying earlier in one of your comments how critics always hate on horror movies. So,
in the UK was brutal because they would like chop up a lot of these horror films to practically nothing as far as like the gore goes.
Yeah.
They would go over there to the UK and get just butchered, you know, because they didn't want them to see any of the gore stuff. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
They had yeah.
Well, no, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're good.
I was just gonna say hi to Steve, jumping in here saying hi to all of
Steve.
us. Appreciate it. So, all right, I am going to put another pin into it, and let's move on to the next
All
one.
right, all right, we're moving along.
We'll try to mix it up here. I'm working on it here, but so we're number 11 for Anthony here.
Number 11 for me is going to be Friday the 13th, the remake.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
okay,
So it's interesting.
okay,
So I saved this one for last. Obviously, I was watching them in order. So I watched this one today. And I gotta say, you know what's funny is like I actually really do like the remake, but and I know I went on a whole thing on Gizmo's channel about the remake, which was hilarious because I was defending, the hell out of it. But I do like the remake, but I gotta say this after rewatching it again, because I've seen it several times. It, I will say that yeah, the characters are pretty like annoying for the most
okay, yeah,
part.
yeah,
The
yeah,
characters are I gotta say the characters are pretty annoying for the most part. They're not I think the characters in the first 20 minutes are so much better than the ones that we get later in the movie.
yeah,
But they all mostly get killed off except for the girl. Um, but I will say, even though the characters, Trent, who's like the douchebag of the movie, he's
yeah,
supposed to be a douchebag, so he's great at playing that role. So I'm not hating on him at all. He
yeah,
does a great job playing that kind of a role. So
yeah.
good for him because he killed it. Because I wanted to knock his ass out the entire time the movie is going. He's driving me crazy. But
He was,
then, but it's just right. I feel like there's not really much else to. Okay, well here I'll say it like this. So the score is like kind of just this like thrilling type score, but it's not bringing me in like the Manfredini score,
yeah,
that I'm used to. And the once again, it's another film that where they're trying. I like Derek Mears a lot as Jason.
yeah,
I think because I like that he runs fast and he's just slaughtering people. I mean, he's just killing the crap out of people in this movie.
yeah.
But I don't know. It's just he is very different than how Jason was portrayed before, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just it is different, right? Because he's setting up traps. He's got this whole like underground bunker thing.
Yep,
He's kidnapping people. He
yep,
takes that girl hostage because
yep,
he looks at her like, oh, she's like my mother and stuff, and
yep.
and that's all fine. I'm down for kind of a retelling of the story. I get it. You got to shake it up a little bit, but it almost feels a little when you're binge watching these. It almost feels a little like too far removed
Okay.
in a way because you don't have the classic score. Jason is different. A lot of the kids are kind of annoying, but I still enjoy it a lot. It's just this time on rewatching it, I was kind of, I don't know, almost like a little bored in a way because
Okay.
it just wasn't giving me those feels that I have from all the past, especially the 80s, the Paramount 8 Friday the 13th film. So
Yeah.
I was like, I think I like this a lot less than I did before, but I still enjoy it. I'll still rewatch it and have a good time. But, man, I'm not loving it as much as I did before. I
Yeah.
still think Derek Mears, though, is an excellent Jason. He kills it.
Oh,
I
that'd be a
love
good job. Yeah, yeah,
he's booking it too, man.
yeah,
He's running after these guys killing
yeah,
them. So I thought that was cool, and
yeah.
I was happy that Trent died. And I was glad that most of them died. But I do appreciate Jared Padalecki. I thought he was good as he's the one looking for his sister and everything. He's on the
Yeah.
motorcycle. I thought he was
Yeah.
cool, and
See, you remember names way better than I do. So.
yeah, and I liked, I enjoyed. I had a good time still with it, but
Yeah.
it's number 11 for me now. So,
Yeah.
what
Okay.
is your number 11, sir?
My number 11. We'll see if you get a shocked face or not. But
Oh,
Jason Goes to Hell.
hell yeah, yeah,
I
man.
already have some friends I know will hate me because of this. Because this was I know other people. This was their first one that they really got to see in a theater and everything, and really enjoyed it. So my number 11 is Jason Goes to Hell. Um, it was one where I am like I said, doesn't mean I hate it, but just having to rank things. Um, the one thing I couldn't get over is like this is the first one that they introduced that whole body swapping
Right.
thing with him, and the I don't know, the demon snake thing or whatever, coming out
Yeah.
of his mouth. And
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
I don't know, that kind of threw me off a little bit, where I'm like, okay, that's never happened or never come up in any of the other movies, and now it's a thing. um but then it happened differently for different people. Like right at the beginning, there was the guy in the hospital doing the autopsy that just like freaks out and starts eating his heart, and then he possesses his body. And then after that, it was like he had to like get up close and have this serpent whatever thing come out of his mouth and get into them, and it was taking over different bodies. And so that kind of threw it off a little bit for me. So that's what dropped it down a little bit, because I was like, just that never came up before. But that being said, there were some pretty good kills through this too. I thought they upped the gore a little bit in this one as well, which was a
Oh
good
yeah.
thing.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Did you watch the unrated cut?
yes,
Very good.
yep, yes, I did. And so like one of the big things was that I remember. I'm like, yeah, they kind of bumped it up a bit. Was it was probably later in the story where they were at the house, and was it the cop or whatever, when he left his body and he started doing that whole melting thing, like the
Oh,
flesh
dude.
was melting and that, yeah, go ahead if you want to jump
That
in
no,
on
I was
that
just
too.
gonna say that looked like something straight out of Hellraiser.
Yeah, yeah,
It really did. That body melting. Anytime someone melted like that, it reminded me of Hellraiser so much.
yeah,
And not only that, but even like you said, those like slug things that are coming out
yeah,
of the mouth, and the bondage scene where the cop is all
yeah.
tied
Okay, that
up.
was another thing too,
He's
but go
shaving
ahead.
him.
Yeah,
That looked like something out of Hellraiser. There's a lot of nods, I feel like, to Hellraiser. Even if, because I listened to um Marcus Nispel, or Marcus no, what's I listened to the director discuss that movie, and he he was talking about like how much he he loves a lot of, like, he loves Evil Dead
mm-hmm.
is a big influence for him, and that was one that he wanted to. That's why you see the Necronomicon in there.
Yes, which I didn't realize when I saw it back in the day. Sorry to cut you off there, but like apparently there was some hopes that there was going to be a little bit of a crossover. I kind of heard some rumors when I was looking into things. When I rewatched that again, I was like, oh, that's the I can't say it.
Necronomicon, yeah.
Yes, there you go. Um, but whether they were trying to do some type of crossover at some point with Evil Dead or not,
No,
I
he just is a huge Adam Marcus, that's the director. Adam Marcus is a huge, Evil Dead fan, so he just thought it would be cool to kind of
throw
put
that in there.
there.
Okay.
And in his vision, he looked at it as like he looked at it as at some point, Jason's mother, Pamela Voorhees, resurrected Jason using the Necronomicon, and he's basically like a deadite in a way,
Yeah.
and like, that was kind of like his vision, which he didn't necessarily get to flesh out as much as he wanted, but that was kind of his vision when he was discussing the movie. And I thought it was a cool idea. And even though he never brought up, I never heard him talk about Hellraiser or anything, I feel like there's definitely some Hellraiser looking stuff in that movie.
Yeah.
um,
Well,
but yes, you do, and then you get the crate down in the basement that says Antarctic Expedition,
oh yeah,
which is referencing Creepshow.
yeah,
The creature in the crate.
yeah.
And yeah, he likes to pay homage to other movies, and when it comes to Evil Dead, he just straight up wanted to mix it with Jason really badly. So
Yeah, no, yeah, there's just a couple of things though that kind of just, I don't know, where I was looking into them, where it just dropped it down a little bit for me. Like I said, the whole body transfer thing in the first place, but then it was like different for each, it like changed throughout the movie. So like first in the hospital, the guy just kind of gets taken over and he just decides to grab Jason's heart and started eating it, and that
Yeah.
took him over. And then after that, it was the serpent or whatever you want to call it, the worm thing transferring over. But like the one time with that guy, he said there's like the bondage and he shaves his mustache and stuff
Yeah.
off to do it. But then the
Yeah.
other people, he just grabs them and goes for it. I'm like, okay, why did you like get him naked, like put him in bondage and shave his mustache to do it? But then the other people, he's just grabbing to do it.
And
And
well, and
then,
I'll tell you why. So
okay,
Adam Marcus, the director said that he put that scene in there for exactly that reason. He wanted people to have something to talk about when they like left the theater. Like, what the
okay,
hell was up with
yeah,
that weird bondage shaving
yeah.
scene? And that's why he said he put that in there.
All right, well, it worked
For
because
your reaction. And also, I wanted to say that the Can Kandarian dagger from Evil Dead was also in this movie. I mean, once again, they couldn't call it that,
but that's what she was trying to kill him
but
with at the
that's
end.
what that dagger is
Oh,
supposed to
okay.
be.
I didn't realize that.
They basically made the Kandarian dagger to kill Jason with. So that's another tie-in with Evil Dead.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, I thought that was cool as well. And then yeah, there was a lot going on there that he was trying to put quite a bit in his movie. He wanted more three-dimensional characters. Instead of just having like a bunch of campers kind of getting picked off one by one, he wanted to tell a way different kind of story. And also he was told to lose the hockey mask. It's like, you can direct this movie, but you got to lose the hockey mask. So they didn't really want Jason to be a big, like the main folk. Like they didn't want the hockey mask and that version of Jason to be the main focus. They wanted to go for something different because they had just purchased the rights for Jason from Paramount. This is New Line Cinema bought the rights for Jason from Paramount, and they wanted to, do things their own way and shake it up. So
Okay, speaking of that, then talking about the mask. Okay, I'll throw in two more things, then we can move on. But that one kind of bothered me, and one at the time got me like pretty pumped up, excited. But one, so when he finally does the transfer to the Voorhees, to be reborn, he goes into the dead mom's body and
yeah,
gets reborn and comes back. Okay, so it's a worm going into her, but he jumps out of the floor with his like overall suit and his hockey mask and
I
everything. And
know.
I'm like, all right, I'll let it go.
It really doesn't. That part, I agree. It doesn't really make much sense that he would look the same.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
you
and have
think he
his
would,
clothes and equipment.
right? Exactly. Yeah. No, I agree with you. It is one of those things where it's like you do kind of have to roll with it
Yeah.
to
You're
a
like,
certain extent, but I agree. That's probably the most jarring moment because it's like, why does he look exactly the same as
yep.
he did before he got blown up? It is kind of odd.
Yep. And
Uh,
even though it was quite a while before, at the end scene of this, at the time, got me really excited because there was always the rumors of the crossover that might be coming up. So
Well, and I got a story for that too. So
okay,
it's, so Adam Marcus, like I said, I was watching, the special features and everything, and he was telling a story about how, he went up to Sam Raimi because they were filming Army of Darkness at the time, and Adam asked Sam Raimi if he could borrow the Necronomicon for his movie, Jason Goes to Hell. And Raimi was totally cool with it. He's like, yeah, sure, take it. And he put it in a Ziploc bag and gave it to him, gave it
yeah,
to the director. So then Adam Marcus called up his executive producers and asked them, like, hey, would it be cool if I used the Freddy glove and the Freddy laugh for this scene at the end? And literally, he could just hear people like high-fiving it, like
they're
in the
like,
background.
finally.
They were so excited, and they're like, hell yeah, you can use it. Like, let's do it. Because the studio was already thinking that they were going to do a crossover. Like, that's
Yeah,
one of the reasons why they bought the rights to
yeah,
Jason, so that they could do a crossover. So they
yeah,
were like, yeah, let's go. Yeah,
yep,
tie it in. So, okay, so it's funny because Raimi gave him the Necronomicon in a Ziploc bag, right? And it's
yeah.
just like, here you go, this like priceless artifact, you know? And then when it came to the Freddy glove, he said that there was a security guard that literally had like a briefcase or some kind of
It's
lockbox,
like
and it was
handcuffed to his wrist.
handcuffed to his wrist.
Oh
And
gosh.
then he walked up to Adam Marcus and he was like, okay, he undid the handcuff. He, took out the glove, gave it to him, and then, they used it in
And it
that
will
one,
not leave my sight.
right.
You know.
They used it in that one scene, and then as soon as that scene was done, right back in the lockbox, right back handcuffed to the guy's wrists, and he was out of there. So it just goes to show you the difference between, like, Sam Raimi's just pretty chill. He's like, oh yeah, just take it,
He's like, oh yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah,
and
go
then
for
the
it.
studio's
Bring
like,
it back
well,
when you're done.
exactly. And then the studio's like, whoa, you want Freddy's glove? We're gonna have to really send out a security guard and do all the works if you want to
sign this form in triplicate and
yes, exactly.
Oh,
so I just thought that was fun. A pretty cool story,
Oh yeah. I'll have to watch more of those. I did end up watching a couple you threw out to me, so we can maybe hit on that if we have time, or whatever. We'll see how we're doing with everything. But I want to dig through more of them because it's fun to listen to some of those behind the scene stories, how they how some of those things came about. But
it's a good time.
Yeah, that's my number 11. So I'm gonna run through the chat just real quick, and then we'll go. We'll try to I'll try to pick up the pace here. Sorry, I don't want to keep you too often.
No, it's all good, man.
Jeff was saying I had I have a fun time with Jason X. It's just a stupid fun time. I'll still watch it before the day's end. Oh, he was running through them all as well, I think.
I did. So, I saw that. I think he posted on Instagram that he was like going through at least some of the Friday the 13th movies.
Yep. I think he got quite a few of them in today. I can't remember the number he said, but he watched quite a few so far today. Jim was saying, I have watched them since 1980. When I was 13, I saw every one theatrically, starting with part 3. Oh, cool. No, not me. There was a lot of VHS rentals and late night HBO shows at my cousin's house, because I didn't have cable at home. But no, that's very cool that you got to see so many in the theater for sure. Jim was saying number 11 for him is Jason Takes Boat Ride. Or Jason Takes Vancouver.
Yeah.
Either one, whatever you want to call it. If I did, is the show still running with Claudia Winkleman? I don't know what show that is. I might have missed something there, so sorry. I'll keep going.
I'm not sure.
Hey, Angel, what's going on? Saying what's good, Corey. Hope all is well, man. Stopping by to say hello, man. Keep up with great work. Thank you. I appreciate that very much, man.
What's up?
Happy Friday the 13th.
Happy Friday the 13th. I love how it's a holiday,
Yeah, I know.
I do. I love it. I really do.
Yep.
It's so cool.
Yep, and Larry was also agreeing with Jason Takes. Oh, he was Vancouver instead of Manhattan. Vancouver. Yeah. I like that. All right, gonna run through here real quick. Whatever he takes, it definitely ain't Manhattan to Larry. Say whatever you want to call it. The best thing about the Friday franchise, you can binge the whole series quickly, and it's all a fun ride. Yeah.
Completely agree, man. Completely agree.
Yep. Some good quick watch. Well, they feel like quick watches compared to a lot of modern movies, but Jim was saying I actually like the reboot quite a lot. It's brutal.
It is. No, it is. I mean, I actually, I don't, like I said, I don't hate it. I actually used to have it ranked a lot higher. It's just on a rewatch. It's funny because when you're binging them all, you're just kind of like, it feels so out of place in a way. But I think that's the thing. I think if you watch it just kind of on its own without the other Fridays like on your mind, it's more fun. But when you have that nostalgia and all those kind of still in your head, it's harder to separate them because you miss so many of the things that you're accustomed to from the other movies that you're just not getting in that reboot.
Oh yeah, for sure. Van Gool is saying, I just bought the Friday the 13th 8-movie collection on Fandango at home for $13.99. That's a good price.
Good deal.
Movies. Yeah. Go for it. Yeah, you can run through quite a few of them there then. I almost grabbed that pack at one point when I couldn't get the Scream Factory, the big set. There was a Steelbook 8-movie collection of.
Oh yeah, that's a cool. Yeah, that's a nice set too. Yeah. You can get that. That went down to like $27 at one point. You could have got it really, really cheap. It will go down again though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I almost pulled the trigger on that one, and then this came back on the market, and I
Mm.
ended up getting it. Jim was saying, "Am I the only one who, when I watch Jason changing bodies in Jason Goes to Hell, it's a blatant ripoff of The Hidden?" Oh, I
All
didn't
right,
think about
so
that.
it's
I
funny.
haven't thought
So
about that. Yeah.
Adam Marcus brought that up too when he was being
Okay.
interviewed,
Yeah.
and he said that he honestly had not seen The Hidden.
Okay.
Um, when he came up with the idea to do all this stuff or whatever, he had like literally he'd never seen The Hidden. That's what he said, and then he said that he went and he watched The Hidden, like, afterwards, because people kept comparing it to that, and he's like, okay, let me go watch The Hidden. And then he watched it and he came back and he was like, wow, this is very similar to The Hidden.
He's like, okay, I
He's
see the
like,
comparison. I
yeah,
see the comparison.
he's like, I can totally see the comparison, and he's like, I can totally respect it, and I get what everybody's saying, but he said that he did not intend on like ripping off The Hidden or anything. He just hadn't seen it. And he just, sometimes you just come up with a similar idea around the same time, and it's just like, that's just how it works out. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Just like us being the only people that ever come up with the idea of doing a ranking of the Friday the 13th
I know,
franchise,
right? Never been done before. Totally.
Never. I got something new that nobody's ever done before. Hey, that doesn't matter. We're still having fun with it. But I had not thought about that, Jim. But I can see why there would be the comparison
Oh, a lot of
for
people
sure.
to that. Yeah, a lot of people say that, but it could just be a coincidence. He just never saw it, and it was, because honestly, it's not like it's one of those things where it's like that's not going to make Friday fans happy anyway, even if
Right.
you do something like that, because it's not like something you would want to steal even if you saw it, because fans aren't, they're probably not going to respond well to it to begin with.
Yeah.
But he had a vision in mind and he went with it, so
Van Gool is saying Jason is the mask. Let's take away the claws from Freddy in the next movie. Yeah, kind of like with that movie, not showing the hockey mask too much. But Jim was saying that part didn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. And Jason Goes to Hell, Anthony.
I don't know. See, I don't think it's that bad. I just think it's a weird. It's one of those. It's kind of like Jason X, right? It's just like it's a it's one of those one-offs,
Yeah.
kind of offshoot Jason type films. Like, that's not necessarily trying to like connect everything else. It's kind of just doing its own thing.
Yeah.
Because Jason X is like that too. I mean, you could tie it in a way or whatever and say like, oh, this is, but a lot of the New Line Cinema movies, they're all like kind of one-offs. Really,
Yeah.
they're all doing their own thing. You got Jason in Space, you got Jason in Hell,
Yeah.
you got the reboot, and you have the Freddy versus Jason, which is obviously like its own thing too. So they're all kind of doing their own thing.
Yep. And I have some people that I've talked to that throw Freddy versus Jason out because they are like, there's not enough Jason in it or whatever. And I'm like, I still count it for both of them. But
yeah.
But let's get an Evil Dead ranking sometime. That'd be a shorter one to watch.
Yeah, I was gonna say that at least it would be like a shorter stream for sure.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna run through some of these really quickly. Angel was saying we had a Blockbuster in our days. LOL, no cable. Yeah. Like I said, a lot of these I watched renting them on VHS, or I lived out in the country. We didn't have cable, but my cousin lived in a city, and I'd go visit him, and we'd be asleep, and then throw HBO on it at night, and then that's when you'd get some of these Friday 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's where I saw a lot of horror movies there. But we had Blockbuster back in the days. Yep. I miss Blockbuster, Angel. That was our Friday night date night spot. Pick a movie, get food, and watch it at home. Sounds like a good time to me. For sure. Emmett was saying, who are your favorite Tommy Jarvis? Who are your favorite? Tommy Jarvis, Corey Feldman, Tom Matthews, or John Shepard?
I think Tom Matthews for me, because I mean, Corey Feldman was great. He's a great kid actor. And John Shepard, he did the kind of silent. He played like more of a silent Tommy, which was fine because he was supposed to be messed up from all those, the events that happened in,
Yeah.
part four. Um, but I think Tom Matthews had just a lot more to do in the movie, so he could really show off, some more acting and personality, and I really like him from The Return of the Living Dead, obviously as well. So, yeah.
I don't know what I'd do on that one. I'll do a silly way to choose. I'll just go with Corey Feldman because he spells his name right. So. But no, there's definitely some good ones in there. But yep. Oh, we got a Jim said Corey Feldman for his. Yes, D. We used to go 99-cent movie nights on. Yeah, that was nice when you could do that, but that doesn't happen. Jim was saying I call bullshit on never seeing or hearing about The Hidden. They were both New Line releases.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's possible. I just don't know if that's really a movie you would want to like rip off necessarily for like a Jason movie. You know what I mean? It just seems like too odd of a like coincidence that he would. I don't know. I mean, I get how people see it the other way. It's like too much of a coincidence where, of course, he probably did rip him off. But for me, it's just like I don't know. I could see him just having like this weird idea like that because it's just so out there.
Yeah, for sure.
And they are different. I mean, they're body hopping movies, but they are different too in how they like hop, like because you have other body hopping movies too, because you have Fallen with Denzel Washington, which obviously came out later,
right.
And they all kind of, you have Shocker, another body hopping movie as well, like and they all kind of have their own ways of doing it.
Yeah,
but
that's interesting. But now I can definitely see the comparison or the connecting the two there. But all right, we're on to number 10. Number 10 on our list.
Ooh, dun, dun, dun,
look at us. We're on the third pick already. Just moving right along. Sorry.
We're doing pretty good, I would say.
All right.
So what
do you got there, Anthony?
So next up, we do have Jason Goes to Hell.
Oh, okay. So we weren't too far apart on that one.
Jason Goes to Hell. Yeah. So with this one, it's fun because I actually do have a really good time with this movie.
Yeah.
I do have a lot of fun with it because it's so out there. And I get it. It sucks, right? Because it feels like a waste of I love Kane Hodder as Jason. So I wanted more of him.
Yeah.
So it does suck that and I like the way he looks in this too. I think Kane Hodder looks pretty badass. I like the outfit, the mask, all that stuff. It almost looks like his head's literally about to explode. It's just like bulging out. Yeah. But the body hopping stuff, like I said, I think it's just a fun new thing to try out. Like I get, because if he was told like, hey, lose the hockey mask, let's do something else. I guess he probably figured, well, I want to make a name for myself and just kind of go for it. Sure. And he's like, I'll just try this and I'll go really out there. And you got great practical effects in this. This has some of the best kills and practical effects in the entire franchise. I mean, they're phenomenal.
Like I said, that melting scene, the flesh melting off, that guy. Oh
yeah. Then you also have the guy who gets dunked inside of that hot boiling water and his face boiled and burned. You have the lady that gets punched in the mouth and like her mouth caves in. Yeah. You have the cops that get their heads smashed together and you just see their faces like are obliterated basically. Yeah. There's the guy eating the heart at the beginning is really nasty. What's funny is Kane Hodder actually has a cameo where you see him as a person as well. Yeah. He's the security. He's one of the security guards outside of, where the guy's doing his autopsy and everything. He's one of the security guards and he gets killed. He gets to kill himself essentially.
So that's kind of funny. How many people get to do that in a movie?
And you got to remember too that this, you're right. You want the mask because that is Jason, but it's still the essence of Jason flowing through each of these people.
Yeah.
It still is Jason. It's just him being portrayed by a bunch of other people until the very end, but it's still the essence of him.
Yeah.
You know? So it's like I said, you got to go with it, but I enjoy it. And let's not forget the tent kill. You know, remember the tent kill where the chick gets the spike, like, you know what I mean? That like
yes.
metal pole thing or whatever, like
Yep.
shoved through, like right through her chest, and then she gets sliced up the middle, and then the blood spray just goes all over her boyfriend and everything.
Yep.
I mean, that looks amazing. Like, you know, those effects are just so fantastic. And what's funny is too, with that whole scene with the condom. Remember how she like just throws the condom outside?
Oh, yeah.
Or whatever.
Yep.
That, you know, he was saying that Adam Marcus, the director, was talking about how like he didn't want to have, because a lot of the previous Friday the 13th movies, it's like if you have sex, you die.
Right.
You know, it's like
drugs or sex, you die.
Drugs or sex, right? So he didn't want sex to be looked at as like this taboo, immoral thing. So he's like, no, what I'm going to do is if you have unprotected sex, you die, because that's dangerous. So that's why he threw the condom in there. And plus it's hilarious. I mean, she throws the condom out of the tent, then Jason steps on it, and then instantly she gets a hole through the chest, ripped open. You know, I mean, that whole scene is so well done. Yeah. So I don't know. You have a lot of cool, and like I said, I feel like the characters in Jason Goes to Hell are a little bit, you know, they have more to them, a little bit more depth, more character. Like you actually get to know the guy, you know, who's just, he wants to save his, you know, his ex-girlfriend and, you know, their child. So like he's got this mission, and you get to know him a little bit, you know, and I don't know. I enjoy the characters. I really like Creighton Duke in this, the bounty hunter.
Oh yeah. He's good. Yeah.
I wish he had more to do. I would have been fine, honestly, if he was just the main character. I thought he was so good, and every time he was on screen when he's like breaking the guy's fingers.
That's exactly why I started laughing, because that's the scene that came to my mind.
But that scene's amazing, because he's like, look, if you want information, it's going to cost you, and I got to know like how dedicated you are to killing Jason, to doing that.
I don't know, kind of for him to be like, that's what I'm going to do. That's what.
Yeah.
Put your hand through here. Let me break a finger, and I'll give you a little information.
So I loved that. I really did. I thought that was cool. So I don't know. I really enjoyed this movie, but I understand. Like I get it, because it feels a little maybe too far removed from what everyone loves when it comes to like seeing Jason with the mask and the machete and all, you know, the look, and being on the campground, you know, and you know, and all that kind of stuff. So I do get it. I do think it's cool though how every time one of the characters walks by that's being possessed by Jason, you can see in the reflection.
Oh yeah, in the mirror.
You see Jason still. So I thought that was a nice touch.
Yeah.
But yeah, still really enjoy Jason Goes to Hell. I like it a lot.
Once in a while, some of the movies though, they throw in a couple of goofy characters, and I thought in this one, the lady at the diner and her son, or the younger worker, I don't know, maybe it wasn't her son, but or am I talking about the wrong one? No, I'm talking about the diner.
Yeah, the diner. Yeah,
the lady that works there, all the makeup, and I'm just saying she's kind of a goofy character. Like they throw some of those in there. Whether you're talking, I'm like, oh crap, am I talking about the wrong one?
No, you're talking. She works at the diner, and she makes those Jason hamburger masks.
Yes,
that people eat. You know what I mean? They look looks like a Jason mask, and she makes it like her whole diner is like Friday the 13th themed, basically Jason themed. So I thought that was cool as well. Yeah. Nice touch. Yeah, there's a lot to enjoy about the movie, but I get why people, you know, it's even Kane Hodder himself said it's a little maybe it's a bit much just completely changing when you take the look of the character away and you do this whole body hopping thing. It's like you are kind of taking away from Jason a bit. That like he said that in one of the interviews, or
Mhm.
the behind the scenes, and because obviously he wants to portray Jason the entire time. He just doesn't want it to be this quick little kind of cameo at the beginning, cameo at the end.
Oh, sure.
Um, so
No, I can see that for sure. All right, that was your number 10.
that's
Huh?
number 10. What
So,
do you
and we're not too far off on that one. So we'll be curious to see the rest of these, how far off we are on some of them. So my number 10. All right, ready or not, here we come. Freddy versus Jason.
Ooh, wow, okay.
So I know that's where I'm waiting for some hate on some of these, but um, like I said, doesn't mean I hate it, but
No.
I was a little let down. By the time this came out, I was really excited for it, and there'd been rumors about this happening for such a long time before this movie actually came out. And like we were talking about too, at the end of Jason Goes to Hell, having that little teaser, of the glove, and and that was quite a few years in between those two, I believe. But anyway, yeah, I'd go that for number 10. There was still a lot of things I liked about it. Like I said, it was cool to have both of them together, and it was kind of interesting to see how they had them battle each other. And when Freddy was trying to figure out ways to get him into, a dream state where he would have the upper hand. And then, some of the other plans to try to get him back in the real world. And so it'd be more of a level playing field doing that. But again, I think almost every one of these movies you could like say there's some cool kills, but I always remember, I don't know why, but on this one, I believe it was the boyfriend in the bed, the girlfriend's taking a shower, and he's like laying on his stomach, and Jason like folds the bed in half. And
Oh,
it's like one of those where his head's there and his legs come up by his,
yeah.
just like
Break
breaks him in half. And
Oh yeah.
so I always remember that one for that. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, like I said, not saying I hate it, but I was a little let down. And I can see where some people say they wish they had a little more Jason in that one too, where they're like, it's kind of more of a Freddy movie. But, and I don't know, maybe New Line Cinemas or whatever, they wanted to highlight Freddy a little bit more. I don't know, but
well, I think there's a lot to do because you have Freddy, you have Jason, you have all the cast. So there's kind of a lot going on. You know what I mean? So it's not right. Because even with Freddy, even he shows up at the beginning and then you got to wait a little while longer and then he kind of shows up again. But everybody's up until that final act where it's just them like going at it. It's like, then you see a lot of them. But yeah, no, I definitely get what you're saying.
But there definitely was some fun stuff. I mean, there was the whole, I don't know, I always kind of liked too when they had it where they're at the campgrounds and there's those big, I don't know if they're like LP tanks or whatever the tanks are. And Freddy's like, oh, if I hit that, they go shooting off. And he's sitting there, he's like, torpedo away, and he's just like knocking the ends off of them. And like Jason, he just kind of turn and watch him go by him. And then the one gets him right in the chest, and takes him out. And then there's also the part there, probably before that then, where the one lady was really getting at Freddy, like making fun of him, and like trying to get under his skin kind of a thing. And he's like, she's making fun of his Christmas sweater, and all these other things. And then when she's like feeling pretty high and mighty, all of a sudden you see a machete come up through her and it's Jason behind her and taking her out. And so anyway, still had fun with it, but that's where it dropped in my list here. But all right, I'll hit the chat real quick and
Sounds good.
That's all I had to say. Unless you have something else you want to throw in on that one, you might. I save some of your stuff for when, because you haven't pulled that one yet too. Yeah. Jim was saying number 10. Oh, there you go. We're right on there. Freddy versus Jason for me. I didn't hate it, and it's fun, but it's not great. I missed a missed opportunity in my opinion. Yeah, I think that's how I kind of felt about it too. So, Lauren is saying, I feel as though I must know Anthony's age. I don't know. Or maybe that's part of it too. Millennials? I don't know. Just kidding. Jim was saying. Hey, Sean, what's going on?
What's
Saying,
up,
hey,
Don?
good evening, everyone. Happy Friday to you all. And what's up, Corey and Anthony? All right, let's see here. Friday 13th. Sorry, I'm jumping through some. So if I miss something, just say something to me. But a lot of highs back and forth. Sean was saying, I'm actually watching Jason Goes to Hell right now. LOL.
Oh, there you go. Speak of the devil.
And Jim's, why, Sean? Why? Sean was saying, always liked it, but I didn't really watch it that often. I was 10 years old when it came out, and it was exciting for me. Yeah, I could see that for sure.
Yeah, that was another one that I think was like a lot of people's first time watch. Was that one?
Yeah.
'Cause I've heard other people tell stories about going to the theater and seeing that one for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, just stupid fun.
Super fun.
Yeah.
Good man, Corey, you are forgiven. Oh, thank you. I have plenty of picks left to ruin that for you, so don't give me too much credit yet. Jeff was saying, just watched the Final Friday just a few short hours ago. It's still one of my favorites. All right.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get there. We'll see where we get there. All right. Oh, there you go. Allie is throwing out there. Love Freddy versus Jason. Make them remember what fear tastes like.
Yes.
I did kind of find that interesting though too, like how they played that off, where they were kind of basically quarantining the teenagers in that asylum, and
Yes.
like so it wouldn't spread, kind of a thing. And they were given them pills that would suppress dreams, so they wouldn't have the dreams of Freddy, but they weren't spreading his name and the fear of him. So he kind of died off, and this was his attempt to try to get relevant again, or get back out there. But,
And they used those same pills that Hypnosil in Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors.
oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh yeah, for sure.
They brought
Yeah.
back the Hypnosil. Yeah.
Oh.
No, it is. It's a pretty clever movie. I don't think that one gets enough credit because it's so playful and fun and over the top or whatever. But I think it does pay a lot of respect, especially to Freddy. To Jason, I think the problem is they should have went with Kane Hodder or someone else to play Jason, because it just doesn't quite feel enough like the Jason that we've grown to love through all the other films. And that's what bugs me, because I think it's such a fun movie, but Jason in it doesn't quite feel like Jason enough. Because you're so used to seeing him played by these other guys like Ted White and Richard Brooker, and Kane Hodder and all these guys. And then in Freddy versus Jason, he just kind of feels a little too stiff. And no, but they told him to play it like that. That's kind of the problem too. Right. They literally told him, they're like, okay, slow it down. And even Ken Kersinger, who plays Jason in Freddy versus Jason, he's like, I don't know if I can go any slower.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know if I can walk any slower. And they even said he's kind of just like a Frankenstein type of guy, but that to me doesn't feel like Jason. But I think they nailed Freddy, because obviously they have Robert Englund, so of course they're going to nail him. But I think the writing did a good job, because I like the callbacks. I like bringing back the Hypnosil, and there is some bad CGI, but there's some cool stuff too, and there's some nice practical effects in that movie as well. But there is some bad CGI too, like the nose. Got your nose!
And it just completely cleanly pops off.
Yeah,
kind of a thing.
That looks bad. It's funny, but it's bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it just pops off instead of just ripping through or something.
Yeah, and I feel like that's something you could have done practically. That's what.
Oh yeah.
I'm like that. You get an appliance, something. You get like a fake nose there, and you just go like that. I mean, yeah.
So not a fault of this movie, but maybe where they thought things would go and didn't end up happening. But I'd say that was I'll throw that in there too. Again, the ending ended up being more of a kind of a disappointment for me, because Jason walking out of the water with Freddy's head.
Oh yeah.
And you see the eyes open up, kind of a thing. And then I'm like, sequel, you know, and then nothing.
Winks at the camera.
Yep. Yep. Jim was saying, why did a leaking pipe stop Jason? He lived underwater for years, and if he's afraid of water, why does he stalk people when it rains? These are the things I think about when I get stoned. Okay.
Well, and it is funny because right, it's true. Like Jason has spent more time in the water than out of the water in
Yeah.
the movie, so he's clearly not afraid. Even though he did drown, he's clearly not afraid of water because he's been in and out of the water in so many of the films.
Well, and there's been quite a few kills where he goes back into the
Yeah.
water
Oh yeah.
to do it too.
So I agree. Like, it doesn't make much sense. I mean, I get you could say because it's like the nightmare sequence that Freddy's tapping into something that he was afraid of when he was a little boy.
Yeah.
Like when he initially drowned, and that's kind of when he shrinks back into being a kid again. Like he's tapping into that initial fear of drowning that he had when he was a boy.
Yeah.
I think that's the only way to make that make sense, really.
Yeah.
But it is kind of silly when you think about all the times that Jason's been underwater.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like
and then all of a sudden,
he's gotten over the fear, you know.
yeah, until now.
Right, until this very second.
Yeah, relapse. Allie was saying Ronnie Yu is the man. I love what he did with Freddy versus Jason. Allie, don't hold, please don't hold these against me.
No, she's not mad. She's just saying, I know that's definitely one of her like kind of like fun ones to go back and rewatch because it's just a good time.
And I'm definitely any of these. None of them I'm saying like I hate them and I never want to watch them.
No, me either. Me either. Not at all. I don't hate any of the Friday the 13th, and that is the truth. Even if I say some negatives about them or whatever, I really don't. I have a good time with all of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Eli, so off question, but how big are y'all's collection? I'm at 4,000. Wow, there you go.
Oh.
4,357 4Ks, Blu-rays, and DVDs, plus 600 in VHS. So I'm nowhere even close to you, my man. That's a heck of a collection you got going there.
Oh yeah, that collection's. I really, honestly don't know how many are in my collections. I never took the time to count them. I kind of wish that I had earlier on, so that way it would have been easier to keep track. But I've never sat and gone through. I mean, it's got to be at least over 1,000, but I don't know exactly how many.
Yeah, and so I think I've even less than you. I'm probably pushing 1,000, but I don't think I'm over. At this point, I purged a lot of stuff that I wished I had not, and if I would have kept all those things I got rid of back in the day, some VHS and DVDs, I'd be further. Nothing around that figure, but I'd be a lot further along than what I am right now. But yeah, I'm being pretty selective of what I get most of the time too.
That's kind of how I am too. I'm the same way. I'm selective about what I buy, so it's not like.
Not saying you're not, Eli. I just don't have anything close to what you got there. That's impressive, man.
No, that's great. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. But you know, some people have like Vinegar Syndrome subscriptions, so they get a huge influx of movies like monthly. You know what I mean? And I just don't do that. I usually just select the ones. Every once in a while, I will blind buy some movies just to test them out for fun. For shits and giggles. Just go and blind buy a couple movies here and there, but. For the most part, I try to be selective because space is a huge issue.
Space and money.
Yeah.
Space and money.
Like it's like where the hell does it all go?
I know, right? I got Prince in here saying "G'day, folks."
G'day.
Just finished Gizmo's stream, so I'm here. Oh, I'm glad I'm second place to you. So, I'm just joking, Prince. I jumped into his stream a little bit too before this to say hi. So, yeah, there you go. Jason spends more time underwater than Aquaman. All right. I'm going to... Oh, there Allie was throwing in 842 in the collection.
Oh, nice. Wow. See, Allie's good. See, she actually... Well, it's nice, too, because the way her movies are set up, she actually could go and, like, count them, too. A lot of mine are so spread out because I don't have those big, nice...
Yeah.
Bookshelves full of movies like that. I've got them like here, a couple shelves over here, and then some stuff in the closet, and it's kind of spread out. So
yeah, I'll have to try to get a good count so I can answer that question better. But I would say I don't think I've hit 1,000 at this point, but if I would have kept all those things I got rid of in the past years, I'd be pretty well past it, but still not to Eli's level there. But
Yeah.
Jeff was saying selective to what I buy. I select it all. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
I select it all. Eli was saying, yeah, I collect only what I want. I've been collecting for 20 plus years. Yeah. So if you are doing it hardcore for that long and you're not purging, get rid of things. Yeah, I could see. Yeah, you could definitely start building up a nice big collection like you got there, man. That's cool. You got the UMD PSP version of Charlie Angel Sally. I don't know what that is. So we'll see if Allie responds. Oh, I do not print. Only the VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, and 4K. So only those. Other than that, she doesn't have copies of it. I love it. All right. Gonna put a pin in it. We're on to number 9. Wow, just blowing through all these. Sorry. Maybe I should try to pick up the pace a little bit. But people in the chat have been awesome too. So
no, I think that's great. I'm glad everybody's been having fun talking about some Jason.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we go, just since it might be a little bit to get back to it, we just had Chubbs jumping in here and saying,
what's up, Chubbs?
So I'm going to say hi to Chubbs. And Jeff says his app says 2,155 titles.
Damn.
Holy shit. A lot of 3D ones in there too. I know. He loves his 3Ds. All right, number 9. I'm interested to see how far off we go off the rails from each other on this, the next group of them. So.
Well, so for me, I gotta go with Freddy versus Jason.
Okay. So we're not that far off again.
We're really not. Okay. We're really not, because
so far.
the thing with Freddy versus Jason is I have a great time with this, but it's like I already said. The problem with this movie is Jason's doesn't feel like Jason to me. Not like Freddy's great. And I have a fun time with these guys versing each other. I think the characters are all pretty entertaining for the most part. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of some of the CGI in there, especially things that I feel like they could have done practically. Yeah. Like you also have the worm thing that comes in, that CGI worm that's smoking weed and all.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Yeah. The caterpillar. It's like
It reminded me of like a twisted Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, and it's funny, like I said, but it's once again, it's just the CGI thing, and the CGI always takes me out of it. Yeah. But when you get to that final battle, I mean, these guys are beating the shit out of each other. They're like,
oh yeah, they go hardcore. Yeah.
I love all the like blood sprays every time somebody gets cut or slashed. There's just like blood spraying every hit is like an artery, basically. Like every slash, they're hitting an artery, and the blood's just spraying everywhere.
Yeah.
So the final act, I think, is a really good time, and I do. I really do appreciate the performances. Somebody wake me up. He says, "Somebody please wake me up." Yeah. I like that actor a lot. I thought he gave a good performance. I think he gets killed off a little too early. Yeah. I would like to have seen him go on for a while longer. But there's a lot of familiar faces, like the cop that's helping him out. He's been in a bunch of stuff like Night at the Roxbury and a bunch of other shows and movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? He's been in a million things. I forgot his name, but he's been in so many things.
Yeah, but when you see him, you're like, oh, I know him.
It's like, oh, that guy. Yeah, one of those guys. Like, oh, that guy. I know his face.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, overall, I think there's this is the perfect movie to put on if you're just wanting to have a good time. You just want to have fun. I do there are some visuals that I really like when Freddy's shadow appears on the street and he comes up and he's like,
oh yeah.
He's, and he goes to slash the guy, but he doesn't have.
He's like, I'm not strong enough yet, or
you're right. He's like, I'm not strong enough yet, and then he's like, he's like, what does he say? He's like, I'll let Jason have some more fun, and then the kid wakes up and Jason's there and just he already decapitated his father. Yeah. Just kills him as well.
Sitting next to him or whatever.
Yeah. And the head just falls off.
Yep.
And then there's the scene out in the cornfield,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That was cool. And the girl's about to get like sexually assaulted, and then
Yep.
Jason just comes in there in the nick of time, and
Yep.
he ends up killing her. Obviously,
Yeah.
he stabs them both, and then he flings that guy like through the
Like forever.
yeah,
Like he goes,
yeah,
it wasn't like he just dropped over. I mean, he goes
yeah.
shooting.
Oh yeah,
So,
he's gone,
yeah.
man. So that stuff. Yeah, and Robert Englund, man. I mean, this really feels more like a Robert Englund Nightmare on Elm Street
Yeah.
movie, and then
With Jason.
Jason's just being used as the muscle.
Yeah.
Um, and I enjoy that. I enjoy it for what it is, but I feel like Jason just doesn't play a big enough role in this movie to warrant him for this movie to go any further on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been kind of interesting if they would have made a follow up to it, the way it ended, coming out of the lake and everything, whether, they flipped the tables and had one where Jason took the forefront and Freddy played second fiddle a little bit, compared, flip flop what this movie is. But
exactly.
yeah.
But it was also cool seeing when they set Jason on fire in this, also in the cornfield,
Yeah.
they set a fire, and then he slashes at that keg and sprays all the beer on him.
Yeah.
Like
Puts it out.
Yeah. That was cool too. Like I said, there are some really nice effects in this, and a lot of fun to be had. It's just I wish that they had gotten Kane Hodder back instead of Ken Kersinger. I think Kane Hodder would have been. I really think you would have elevated the movie so much more, because Ken Kersinger's just feels more like a Frankenstein type creature than Jason. There's just really no rhythm to his movements or any kind of personality or anything. He is big though, I'll give him that. He's huge. I mean, he's like 6'7" or something like that. So
yeah,
he's very intimidating.
Yeah, a mountain of a guy. Yeah,
just not a lot of personality behind the performance.
Yep. No, I can see that. Oh, it's funny. We're just like one off again on these. So, all right, you ready for my number 9?
Oh yeah, what you got?
Let's see if you're going to stop talking to me maybe after one of these. But
I think I know which one it is.
Oh, I don't know. You might be surprised, but I'm going to go with A New Beginning.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah.
See, that's where I was like, I might be a little bit of a surprise for that one.
That's like the smut film, Friday the 13th. I like, because it was directed by an old porn director.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Except there's other ones we might talk about later. I wondered if the director was a smut film director that went further than what this one did. But,
oh yeah.
But we'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. But
I know which one you're talking about too. I already know.
But anyway, part 5, A New Beginning. I put that on there. Like I said, doesn't mean I hate it, but that's where it fell for me. There was a couple things in it. I was trying to look back at some of my notes on it, but I did like how they, some of these at the beginning, how they tied in like you said, when we were talking about watching this, how a lot of them, it's like one continuous story where you have the tie-in from the previous movie. And sometimes there's a lot of flashbacks, but something, maybe a character that carried over from the previous film that would be there. So we had the opening with Corey Feldman there for a little bit, at the grave scene in the rain, and having that happen. So I like how they tied that in there. This was one, and like I said, everybody will pretty much just say we're talking. Are we free to talk spoilers or whatever?
Oh yeah. These movies have been out long enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember seeing this for the first time, and I thought it was going to go different on who the killer was going to be.
Right.
When I kind of heard some rumblings of not being Jason. So I know some people knock it right off the bat because, it ends up not being or Jason. I keep on wanting to say Freddy. But I think a lot of people thought that was a missed opportunity, that Tommy, the way 4 ended.
Mm-hmm.
I would have thought that he would have, it looked like he cracked at the end of 4, and then 5 would maybe be him putting on the hockey mask and,
Oh, I see.
And going, You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like how that ended, it was kind of hard to tell at the end of 4, what was dream and reality sometimes with some of the things, how they end some of those. But am I thinking that right? Because he,
Yeah, he kind of, so at the end of 4, he kind of looks into the camera menacingly when he's hugging his sister, and you're kind of like, ooh, are they saying that he's gonna become the new Jason?
right.
Oh yeah, he's kind of looking at the camera in a way where it's like, ooh, I wonder what they're doing. Kind of, so
Yeah.
yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. If they were gonna set it up, they set it up more for him to be like surprise the killer instead of
Yeah.
a random ambulance driver.
Yeah.
you
Because
know,
he definitely didn't give a look at the end of of 4 of, I don't know. It gave the spooky eye look or
oh yeah,
something.
no, big time.
So I think that kind of threw it off for me a little bit. But I still liked it a lot. Again, I think I was talking about this a little bit on, earlier on, I think Jason Goes to Hell, where there's sometimes some goofy characters that they throw in there. And wasn't this the one with the kind of the redneck mom and the son?
Yes,
Like
yeah.
I didn't care for them a
Yeah.
whole
I'm
lot.
making your stew. Get in
Yeah,
here.
idiot. And then he's like flying around on his dirt bike. He hurt me, mama. He
He
hurt me
hurt
bad. He hurt me,
me.
mama. Just like, yeah, I
And
could have
she's
done
like
without
spitting
that.
in the stew.
Yeah, right. She's like, fine,
Yes.
I'll show him. Spit in the stew, and then, but then they threw a couple things out there, I think, to throw you off. Like there's the guy who comes around to their place asking for work, and he's kind of quiet or mysterious. And,
Yeah.
at first, I think I remember watching it and wondering if he was maybe somebody involved with stuff that was going on, but ended up not being that way. If I'm gonna go before I go into some good things like some good kills or whatever, another thing I thought I found funny, and I wrote it down on this one. There's a point where they're on the farm again, at that, the house, whatever, where all the kids are at, and they're racing at. Well, I say racing at with quotes at Jason with a tractor, and
Oh.
the tractor's like going pretty darn slow, and Jason's just standing there, and it reminded me of Austin Powers, where they have the big steamroller thing,
Yeah.
and he's like, move, and the guy's just sitting there like, ah, and it's just like creeping along, and and I think he dives out of the way at the end, but I'm like, okay, it's going slow enough. I know Jason's not in these movies the fastest guy in the world, but even though it wasn't Jason at the time, that he could have easily avoided the tractor coming at him. So I kind of had a little bit of a laugh with that one,
So fun.
but there were some good kills in this though too, that I think that elevates it a little bit. A couple of them, I think, they get creative, whether people think it's a good, like, was as much as I think of it. But there was one part on the road. There was the road flare to the mouth.
I love that one. That's a great kill. Very memorable. Yeah.
Get that shoved in there, you get the glow.
Yes.
After it goes in there. So I had that one, and I also threw in there. Oh gosh, was this the one? There was a couple actually. A couple others. There was some garden shears to the
Oh,
eyes
that's a great
and
one. Yep.
going through, and then there was the one guy when they ventured off, him and his girlfriend, they ventured off, and it might have been that same one where he got her, and then he kind of backs up against a tree, and he put the belt around his head and
Yeah.
starts
And he
twisting it
oh, and it's just that's a, oh man.
and
I
starts
love the
crushing it.
one. Yeah.
So I think some of those, I was like, those are pretty creative, and it brought it up a little bit further for me. So, but anyway, yep, that was my number 9.
Good one. Very good.
You're
Yeah.
like, that was my number 1. I hate you.
No, that's a great pull.
But that's where I'm at with that one. All right, we had a bunch of people jumping in here. Sorry, I'm gonna keep on moving so I don't keep you until like it's Saturday the 15th. Welcome to our Saturday the 15th stream. Continued on, but I was just gonna hit some of these real quick and then we'll jump right back in. But D and Chilo was saying, gotta get going playing kickball with Bacon tonight. Have a good night, Corey and Anthony. Thanks for jumping in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, take it easy.
Got Smirk in here saying, hey, good evening.
What's up, Smirk?
Thanks for jumping in here. Jim was Jim, I appreciate you just throwing in your numbers, man. I love seeing it. His number 9 is going to be controversial. Part 3. I loved it theatrically and in 3D. It was amazing, but I hate everyone in
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I did get to that making of that one, so maybe we'll talk about if we have time. If we run out of time, we'll have to talk about it another time. But it was interesting hearing the making of that with the whole 3D process. But Jeff was saying Freddy versus Jason or Alien versus Predator.
Ooh, I would go Freddy versus Jason for me.
Me too.
Yeah.
No, me too.
I like AVP though.
Yeah.
I enjoy it, but I like the characters more in Freddy versus Jason, you know. And Freddy versus Jason is rated R too, so they can get away with more.
Yep. Nope, I'm right there. Jim is agreeing as well.
Yeah.
Jeff was saying, "Oh yeah, I started my watch list of the movies with part 5 this morning. Yeah, at least at 9. This is the twist one, right? Was that what I was talking about with the twist one?
Yeah, part 5 has the twist.
Yeah.
Yeah, part 5 has the swerve.
Yep.
With the killer, yeah.
Yep. Hi, Jeff. Nikki, there you go. Signed into my new account. Just so everyone knows, this is probably how it will be chatting for the most part. All right, cool.
Oh, nice. Very nice. It's cool, yeah, because now she got her name in there, so everyone knows, what to call her and everything. And
I should have put my real name in mine, but when I started this, I didn't know if I wanted people that knew me to actually know I was doing YouTube videos. And so it is a nickname I had in the past, but I probably just should have gone with
that's why I put my name in the title of my channel, because I didn't want to get asked a million times, like, what's your name? What should I call it?
I know.
So I'm putting my name in the channel name so people know, because that happens a lot when I'm seeing others on YouTube, and I'm like, what do I call them? Because it's just their handle, but it's not like you say your name in every single video. So I'm like, what should I call? Like, I don't know what to call.
I know. I would have done it differently if I would redo it today.
But there's a lot of great names out there that don't have, their name in the, like Dead Pit Radio, Dead Pit Guys and Pizzow and Planet CHH. And then, you watch their content and then you figure out their names later. Yeah. You know what I mean? Or Pop's Movie Dungeon. You're like, it's like,
yeah. I'll change my name and everybody will leave. We're like, I don't know who this guy is. I didn't think I subscribed to this person,
Right.
Tony jumped in here and said, good evening.
There's another one, Basement Blues.
Yeah.
Like, what's his name? But over time, you just get to know everybody.
Yeah.
What's going on, Tony?
Good seeing you, man. We got a lot of... Oh, Tony was saying, I love this franchise. Yep, that's a good one. Yep. Good one for sure. I'd be interested in your picks too. You have to throw out some of yours when we're talking about these if you're still hanging out here, man.
I would love to know Tony's ranking, yeah.
Yeah. I'm skipping through some of these just to keep on going, but please don't take offense. And if there was a question that I missed, please throw it back in there. Hey, Gizmo, what's going on? Careful here. What do we got? What are you throwing me now? Corey, like everything as long as you like it, Anthony. He is the busboy in A Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Don't judge me. I'm with my dogs. All right.
What's going on?
Good seeing you, man. All right. I am going to put another pin in it, and we'll keep going here because we're just motoring along. I can't believe we're already at number 8.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, man. You know how it goes.
Dude, I'm not worried about it.
We get talking.
I'm used to these long streams, you know me, so.
Okay. So number 8, what do you got for us?
Number 8, we're gonna go with Friday the 13th, Part 3, 3D.
All right.
Yeah, so this one has grown on me a little bit more since since previously, like when I ranked these. And I agree with Jim. Like, I'm not a big fan of the characters. I think Chris is okay. Like at the end of it, I like her. But Richard Brooker is awesome as Jason. He plays Jason throughout the entire movie. I like the music. That do 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 do, kind of like like disco.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah,
like
they do
disco
mix it
techno
in there. Yeah.
music or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what it is, but it's really great. That plays, you
Let's make this killer music a little more upbeat.
that, yeah. But the characters really aren't. The characters are what drag this down so low to be eighth place, because otherwise I would have it a lot higher. Because this is one of my favorite third acts. I love the third act of this film.
Yeah.
And Richard Brooker is scary too, because he's also huge. Like, he's a really tall guy. He runs too. Like, he's running after Chris and shit. And it's like, oh man, it looks freaky when he's running, because he's so tall and he's got those long arms. So he's running after you. It's like, oh shit. But yeah, I think the kills are really good in this. You got the guy that gets sliced down the middle, looks really good. You know, the chick that gets stabbed through the chest when she's laying on the cot. You have the guy that, the biker guy that gets his arm cut off.
Yeah. Well, and the lady that was part of his gang too, she had no, am I thinking of a different? No, wasn't the one she had the pitchfork through the throat? She was like hanging up.
Yeah.
In the barn? Yeah.
Pitchfork, yep. Yeah. And then you have the lady that gets shot with the spear
harpoon
gun.
Yeah,
the harpoon gun. Yeah,
I wrote that down. That was one of my, I have a couple kills I like from this one, and I have that written down.
The harpoon kill is great.
That's a nice scene with him too. Sorry to keep cutting you off, but like he was walking down the pier and standing under the light.
Yes.
And kind of lining it up.
Yes, it looks so. Yeah. It is, but my favorite part is, like, after he shoots her, he literally like just throws it down and walks off, kind of like a gangster or whatever.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Mic drop.
Yeah, they've done like reels and stuff where they like play like some gangster music as he's walking away. Like, he throws down the harpoon gun and then just walks away. It's really funny.
They bring back in that disco music while he's walking off. Yeah.
And then you get the head crush scene where the eyeball goes out.
I have that written down too.
It's like, so there's a lot of very memorable kills in this. And yeah, like I said, Chris is fun. She's not great, but she's, cutesy and kind of realistic. Like, I could see somebody like her just, out on the campground having fun and stuff. But and then there's Rick, and I kind of like, she has an okay little relationship with Rick. They're having fun. He's like pulling her up. She's
in the barn.
In the barn. Yeah. He's like pulling her up in the thing, and she's hanging there. I thought that was, that was kind of a nice little moment between them, and then he just like drops her.
Yeah. It's like, nah.
Yeah.
I did think that's funny though, because I think they're like hauling up bales of straw and they're calling it hay. So that's a farm boy in me. Right. I'm like, I think it's straw that you're bringing up.
Right, exactly.
Anyway. But I know what you're saying, like, he's bringing up all the bales, and she was like, oh, this will be funny. And she hops on it. And like, he didn't notice from a bale of straw or hay, whatever you want, to, not saying she's big, but I'm pretty sure he might have noticed a little difference.
Oh, yeah, especially because you can see him really struggling a lot more to bring her up. He's like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah. But it is funny though. Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot. But yeah, it's just the rest of the characters. You got like the guy and the lady, kind of Cheech and Chong type characters. They're always
yeah.
They really suck in this movie.
Yep.
They almost feel like they're not even in it, because they're just so far removed in a lot of ways. They don't even like.
They were just kind of tack-ons, but like, yeah, let's get the stoner couple in there.
Yeah.
Or something. And
I think it's probably just for more kills, but they really weren't necessary. They already had a pretty, well-sized group together there. But yeah, I like that. I like Shelley's, kind of that like annoying whatever type character that they have in there, but he's, I don't know. It's I guess he has probably the most personality of the group. So
yeah,
like
he was kind of a funny guy, the curly haired.
Yeah.
Dude. Yeah.
He's got like, you're right, the curly hair, like a bro thing.
Yep. So because of him, you get the kill, because he brought the harpoon and the hockey mask. So we officially get the hockey mask introduced.
So you can't hate on Shelley too much, because he did introduce the hockey mask.
And a great kill for Jason with that harpoon gun. But But
So
I
yeah,
thought,
overall, I had a really good time with this, but it's an eighth place. You know,
yeah.
I know a lot of people love, this movie. Like this is like I know Born to Be Rad. Garrett, this is his favorite movie.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I
It's
think
interesting to hear other. I don't get mad at people's rankings. I just find it more interesting to be like, oh wow, like I have that completely opposite, and that doesn't mean you're wrong. But I want like I want to talk to you. Like, tell me why is
yeah,
it there, and not to disprove you, but just I'd love to hear your story behind it.
and I think Pop's Movie Dungeon. I think he also has this as maybe his number one or very highly ranked. I think he this is a high on his list as well. Because I believe he saw this in the theater in 3D. Oh, that's the other thing I was gonna
Well,
say.
that'd be a nostalgia for him too. Like if you saw it 3D in the theater,
Yes,
that would probably bump it up the list. Because I haven't said it yet either. That would make a big deal to me, I guess, if you were able to do that.
that's what I was gonna say though. The fact that I'm not watching it on a 3D television, all the 3D effects take me out of it because
Yes.
it's just like the yo-yo coming at the camera for a minute, and then like they're pointing like a stick at you, or they're throwing a wallet at you, or there's like always something
The guy
coming.
with the eyeball, like,
Exactly, the eyeball. Like there's
Yeah.
always something going at the camera, and it's very distracting and kind of annoying when you're just trying to enjoy the movie and
Yeah.
get immersed in it, and there's just constantly something coming at you on the screen. So that drags it down way low for me. But if you're watching this on a 3D TV, like maybe
Jeff probably rocked it. I'll catch up with the chat, but
then
he probably seen it in 3D.
it's probably ranked higher because you
Mhm.
actually watch it in 3D and enjoy all those effects a lot more. So maybe if I get a 3D TV and I watch it that way, I'll have it ranked higher.
Yeah.
But what about you, buddy?
Again, my stack, I have not touched one thing. We did not talk before this. Look at that.
Oh.
I'm not joking. I'm not changing one
I
thing.
love it.
It's sitting here, which I also love. You I don't know if it's been all of them so far, but quite a few I've seen you switch to artwork around on a lot
I
of
did
them.
because I figured you would probably keep them like how they are. So
Yeah, because I'm
I
pretty
went ahead
basic.
I went ahead. I went ahead and switched them a lot, because I wanted to show.
I've
off
just been
different-
noticing that you had the alternate on a lot of, or not, well, yeah, alternate. It was not the original. They flipped it around, but I do like that they have the alternate artwork on it. But it's too funny. I'm not messing with my stack at all here. But I have the 3D, the third. I'm here as well. I won't hit on it really long, just because you hit so many things that I was thinking about it as well. Again, like you said, if I got to see it actually in 3D, it probably would bump it up a little bit further. It seemed cooler, but since I don't, I just would have those moments where you're like, okay, here's the 3D setup, and it's like, woo, or something like that. The yo-yo, the guy with the eyeball in the road, the harpoon coming out, or when they're the yo-yo, you said
the snake coming out of
Yes.
the cage,
the snake,
the eyeball.
the juggling scene where the two of them were juggling and they looked down
Oh my
on them
god,
when
the juggling
and they
scene.
kept on going.
Let me tell you something. The juggling scene and the yo-yo scene went on forever.
Yeah, they're just like, how much can we get out of this 3D?
Oh my god, it went on for so long, man. But
Really?
yeah.
So that's probably what I was going to say on those two. Yeah, I just wrote down things. We finally got the hockey mask, and then I was throwing down some memorable kills, and you've said them all already. But just to say again, like, I think you hit them all. Like the harpoon to the eye, that whole scene, him walking out there lining that up, I thought that was pretty good. The head crush, the eyeball popping out, and then the hammock, the machete through the
So
yeah.
good. And when she sees the bloody body of her boyfriend in the rafters and
Yeah.
just trickling down, that was a great shot too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So I saw that. And then I wrote this down, as long as I didn't mess up some of my notes on this. This was the one that I saw. I'm forgetting the character now. She was looking through a Fangoria magazine in this one, I think. You get to see.
Oh, is that what
cover
she's
on it.
reading when she's on the hammock? Because she has a magazine that she's reading, I think, on the hammock.
I don't know if it was that or. See, that's where I just wrote down Fangoria because I was like, oh, look at that Fangoria magazine. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't catch that before. So I can't remember if it was then or if it was some reason I'm picturing one of the female characters downstairs, like standing up looking at it, but I could be wrong on that too. That's where I said I know things are going to get jumbled in my memory with this, but I, for whatever reason, I wrote down Fangoria when I was watching this, and I just got a kick out of them. Like, hey, look at that.
Yeah.
That's a little nod. I'm sure they were like, it's the
Oh yeah.
they
Yeah.
highlight their industry that doesn't always get the most press.
Yeah,
And
Fangoria is like the one thing back in the day that they actually recognize horror and everything, so
yeah,
pretty cool, to have that magazine there is like,
yeah,
it's awesome, like representation of, because back in the day, it's not like you didn't have YouTube,
no,
or anything like that. So
no,
you had magazines. That's what you looked for.
yeah.
Were you going to bring up anything from the behind the scenes? You were talking about the 3D effects and stuff.
Yeah, we definitely can. So when that making of, it was a lot more tedious of a process than I thought they would, than I was thinking of that they had to go through to get the filming done with that. And that was one of the things that really stood out to me. I think part of it was you're in the early 80s, like 82 ish somewhere. It's early 80s, isn't it?
Oh, for part 3, it is 82. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
82.
I'm going to say something wrong here before too long, so don't worry about that. But just the equipment, how they had to set it up, and they were talking about how many times they had to like repeat the same action to try to get it just right, make sure they got the 3D shot on the film.
Yeah.
And I think that was one. I don't know. They were just talking about some scene. Is like I put that red hot poker through the chest like 42 times. I don't know what it was, but they were like they were just talking about how it was pretty exhausting, where they would just be like, okay, do it again, do it again, do it again.
Oh yeah.
The exact same act. And so that was one of the things that really popped out on that for me. But what did you think when you were watching that?
Also, the guy that plays Shelly, he was talking about how many times he had to throw the wallet, because
yes.
you have to throw it right at the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, if it doesn't capture it, then it won't come off as like 3D. It won't look
Right.
like it's coming at you. So he had to keep doing that over and over and over again until he got it right.
Yeah.
What I was going to say was I was going to touch on the alternate. There were like 2 alternate endings to this that could have been, but they weren't. Stan Winston had created another Jason face. Like he did the makeup and created like the Jason mask, to go over like all that.
Was this the one they said there was like 3 different ones that they were messing around? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
There was like the one during the dream sequence, and then there was another one created for this alternate ending that they had. And so they used Stan Winston's makeup, to create the look of Jason for this alternate ending. And they shot it, and it was supposed to be Chris actually goes and kills Jason with a scythe.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, with a sickle.
Okay.
And like decapitates him.
Yeah. And
that was going to be an alternate ending, but the producers and everyone, the higher up, said that was too definitive. So they were like, we can't just kill Jason off like that. We can't decapitate him. But that actually used Stan Winston's like makeup and all that. And Jason had like a totally different look in that film, but they decided to go with the other makeup instead. Which I like the way Richard Brooker looks in that when he takes the hockey mask off and stuff. It looks very menacing, especially when he smiles. It's like,
oh yeah.
But yeah, that was one of the alternate endings where she just straight up decapitates Jason. And then the other ending was she wakes up on the boat, and she sees Rick from a distance, who is the guy that gets his head crushed.
Yep.
And she runs to Rick, and Rick is like inside the cabin. He's kind of like running towards her too. So it's like the shot where you see them both running at each other, and she's outside, and then she gets to the cabin door. She opens it up, and then boom, it's Jason all of a sudden, and Rick, and then Jason cuts her head off.
Yep.
And that was going to be like another like kind of dream sequence type thing, but they decided to just go ahead and go with Mrs. Voorhees popping out of the water looking like a zombie. They decided to go that way instead.
Yeah.
But there were a couple alternate endings that they could have went with, both
Yeah.
with either Jason getting decapitated or Chris
Yeah.
getting decapitated.
Right. Yeah. Who's losing their head? All right.
But I like the way it ended. I like how Chris is like laughing hysterically at the end in the cop car, like she just lost her mind completely. I
Yeah.
thought that was cool. Because it definitely ends on like a downer note. Like all of her friends are killed off, and then she has lost her mind completely. She's broken down. So I dig that.
Which would be believable in that type of situation. I mean, after you've gone through all that and everything, but
100%.
yeah. No, I forgot about that part of it. But yeah, I need to get back through more of the extra features on these discs. There's some cool stuff. So I started watching some of those, but I think there was a couple I started watching where they had, like it was a con or something where they had some of the cast up there talking. Some of those were kind of interesting to hear, because I've never actually been to a convention before, so it's kind of cool to sit in and listen to some of those old ones. But yeah, all right. Well, look at us, we're just blazing through this.
Oh yeah, blazing through them.
All right, I'm gonna do a quick run here again. Jeff was saying that he's okay being called John Doe, but love it when people remember his real name. Yeah, I should have just went with my real name. Gizmo, we gotta always leave it to you for a good comment. I choose the Virgin Spring over AVP and FVJ. That's my hot take. Don't judge me. I'm a virgin with a baby. All right. Thanks for joining in here, man. Prince said I missed a recommendation for Anthony. Dang it. Maybe this is the one. Warrior with Tom Hardy. Was that? Maybe that was the one he was recommended. Have you ever seen Warrior with Tom Hardy?
No.
It's a good one.
I know a lot of people like that movie, though. That's a good one. That's a big one, yeah. But I haven't seen it.
Hopefully I got it there, Prince. I don't know if I missed it again or not. But Jim was saying my number 8 is Jason X. That's a piece of shit, but it's my piece of shit. I love that. But you can claim that. For some movies, you're like, I know. You could sit there and rip it apart, and I won't argue it at all. But I'm like, I still have fun with it, so whatever. It's mine. I love that. Jeff was saying the effects in part 3D are actually super awesome and super impressive. It's much more appreciated in true 3D. Okay, so he has seen it. Exactly. That doesn't surprise me at all, because I know he loves his 3D.
Yeah,
and he's got a setup to do it.
I want to give it the credit it deserves, because that's pretty awesome that they put so much work into making that happen for those 3D effects. It's just, I just wish it wasn't so obvious when you're not watching it in 3D.
Yeah.
But if you're watching it in 3D, that's got to be like incredible.
Look pretty cool.
Yeah.
So that, like I said, I have bad memory a lot of times, but now that being said, I was remembering that making of that. I didn't realize they said that was the highest grossing film of the franchise until Freddy versus Jason. I thought that one person said that in the making. Like, this one did the best in the theatrical release out of all of them, except Freddy versus Jason outdid it.
Yeah, I do remember them saying that as well.
And they were saying something that they had to put in a rush order with Kodak to make more 3D glasses to get out to the theaters, because there were so many more people getting to the theater to watch it than they thought, and the supply wasn't there.
I mean, to be fair, so it says here, I'm looking at it, says that it grossed about $22 million.
Well, and that's in 82 though, too.
Oh, no. Yeah. And that's on a $2 million-ish budget. So
not bad.
But the first one grossed even more than that, because the film was made for like around $600,000, and then it made like $60 million. So,
well, maybe they were. I don't know what he was talking about. I thought somebody in that making of threw that out.
Yeah, I know. I heard what you were saying, but I think, the first one still definitely because that's why they were able to make so many sequels afterward. Because that first one
Kept on bringing in money.
it made a ridiculous amount for that budget. The budget
Yeah.
was like nothing, and
Yeah.
yeah, they made it's like 60, maybe even a little bit more $1 million on that. The
Let's
original,
just do that every time. Let's just do
right?
that
Yeah,
every time.
exactly. So they're like, yeah, just keep the budget low. I mean, they gave them more budget to work with in each one. In each subsequent sequel, they gave them a little bit more budget, but not too much until they got to
X had a pretty good budget, didn't it?
right. Once they got, yeah, exactly. Because that's also getting later on into, because that was 2001. So you're now everything's going to cost more and stuff too. But yeah, it still had a huge budget for a Jason movie, Jason X. But even Jason Takes Manhattan has had like the biggest budget of the Paramount 8s at $5 million.
Okay.
Because probably filming the little bit that they did film in New York probably cost them
burn up a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's why when people were joking earlier about the boat in Vancouver, that's why those things came into play.
Yeah.
All right, he went all out and did his full ranking. We'll run through it. Let's run through it here. 12. So X.
Yep.
10.
That's so far.
A New Beginning.
Well, no, he did Jason X, then Friday the 13th.
Oh, I missed that one. Sorry.
Remake.
Sorry. Yep, I skipped that one. Yep. Okay. So X, the remake, then New Beginning, then we got Jason Takes Manhattan.
Yep.
We got Friday 13th. I'm assuming the original there.
No, Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood.
Oh, okay. Wow, gosh, I'm reading this chopped up. Sorry, I need to look at the bigger part of the screen instead of the smaller one over here. Freddy versus Jason.
Yep.
Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives.
Yep.
Friday the 13th, the final chapter. Friday the 13th, Part 3. That kind of messes me up when the numbers are right next to each other. Friday the 13th. So there's the original. And then Friday the 13th, Part 2 at the top. Okay, cool. We'll have to see where some of ours jump in there. Oh, he even said that. Sorry for the formatting. No, I appreciate you throwing those all in.
I love it.
Jim was saying got to run, but I'll be back. Oh, well, thanks for hanging out when you did, man.
See you, Jim.
Saying nice list, Tony. Let's see here. Yo, 3D is so much better. I'll be rewatching it closer to October. I think 3D makes it so much better, honestly. I can see that for sure. Got Chris C in here saying, oh, and Jim even came back there. All right. I probably was like way behind on the chat. Chris is in here saying, put the hockey mask on, the hatchet that, and hatchet that like everyone. Yep. All right. I always read these things so bad. I have a hard time keeping up with everything I'm doing.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong one. So for Friday the 13th, Part 3, I'm sorry, I was looking at another one. So for Part 3, the budget was about what I said. It was like $2,300,000. So like what I said before, but it actually made $36 million, almost $37 million. So that is good. It's still not as good as the first one. It still doesn't that much, but it is it's a lot of money for
Oh yeah,
like $2 million.
I'm sure they were happy.
Like a $2 million budget making, almost $37 million is pretty good.
Yeah, they'll take it.
Oh yeah.
Chris is saying Part 3 was done in California and they had to make a lake. Oh, I did not know that on that one. Some highs back and forth. Jim saying theatrically, Part 3 in 3D was amazing. It was the best 3D film from that time, and there were a lot of them. Jaws 3D, Space Hunter, Metal Storm, Animeville. I can never say that. 3D, etc.
Which one did he say that they made a lake out of?
Chris was saying Part 3 was done in California, and they had to make a lake.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Interesting. What are you saying now, Gizmo? Do I want to read it? Corey, I love you, but right now I want to give you and Droopy a big hug just because. Don't ask me why. Ask Droopy and tell him I miss him on screen. Are you droopy?
I have no idea. Sure.
I missed that part of it, but I love it. I'm glad you're here, Gizmo.
Always glad to have
Always.
Gizmo. A maniac.
Maniac. Longest streams I've ever been on in my entire life until tonight. No, I'm just kidding. Tony was saying I agree with Jim. I saw all those in the theater back in the day with 3D. Yep. Nikki was saying Warrior was on my list from Bob. Yep, amazing film. Yep, I remember you talking about that one.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Jeff was saying, I wonder, doesn't anyone know if Animeville 3D ever got a 3D blue? I have no idea.
Ooh, it didn't Scream Factory put it out in that box set that they had? 'Cause they had a box set, kind of like how they did like the Omen movies box set, the Fly movies a box set. They also had an Amityville one, and I thought it was in there.
Okay, but
that box set might be a little hard to come by now. Maybe you could get like just the individual. You know how sometimes people like break open
part it out
and sell them each individually on eBay.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Good question. Chris is saying, got to get it back to work. Hopefully, I will see some of you late tonight. Happy Friday 13th day. Yeah, thanks for jumping in,
13th, Chris. Absolutely. I believe he's going to do a stream slash along to, was it part 3? I'm not sure. I think it was part 3.
We're just talking about it.
Yeah.
That'll be cool. A lot of highs back and forth. And we got Evelyn in here saying hi.
Howdy.
Hey there. Good to see you in here.
Welcome.
Saying hi to Ava. That's Jeff's daughter.
Oh wow, that's so cool. He's got like the whole family.
Yeah. So Nikki's granddaughter.
That's awesome.
If I'm speaking incorrectly, one of them will correct me, but I believe that's the case. But Reed was saying 3D could never get behind until you can experience it without having to wear glasses. It's 2024. Come on now.
Right. Yeah. And I know it really bugs people that wear glasses because you have to like put bigger glasses over your regular glasses.
Yeah.
That's frustrating too for people.
Nope, for sure. Jim was saying it was part of the box set from Scream Factory, but I don't know if it was the 3D or not. I think
right. See, and that's what I was saying too. I'm not sure if it was. I would imagine so because I feel like Scream Factory was pretty good about that. Because in this box set for Friday the 13th, you get that in 3D. So I feel like they probably did.
Yeah, no, I could see that for sure. Jeff was saying hi Ava, and then I see hi Dad. So I was right. Yeah, I thought that was right, but I always say things wrong on these. So Ava, thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jeff said I bought 3D clip-ons for my glasses.
Ooh.
Oh, so it kind of work a little better, probably.
Okay, so they kind of that's a good idea. I was gonna say they need to make something for people that have glasses
because it's pretty common to have glasses.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll go to that one yet. I'm gonna put a pin in there. We'll come to Gizmo.
Oh, later. We'll save Gizmo for
last. We'll save Gizmo.
We'll save the best for last.
I'm sure he'll give me something about that. But number 7, look at us. We're almost halfway through the list. I'll try to pick up the pace. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. So number 7, we're gonna go with A New Beginning.
Okay. There's a few of these we're not super.
No, I feel like we're like one behind each other or something. They're like kind of flip flop, but we're very close on each.
Yeah,
they're just
Yeah, not to interrupt you anymore, but like I think the only one so far that were outliers for both of us was you with the remake and me with. I had one that you haven't said yet.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you haven't said the remake yet. So
I haven't said the remake. Oh, and then you haven't said New Beginning yet. Or no, you just did. You just did with that one. Yep. So that was pretty close. Okay, maybe that was the only one that we're kind of.
I think so. On. Which is funny. Which is kind of funny because I used to have the remake even like higher or whatever, but on a rewatch, it got lowered down. But I still really enjoy the remake.
All right, sorry, I didn't mean it off track.
You're good. So yeah, A New Beginning. Directed by Danny Steinman. He directed some adults videos back in the day.
Boom,
And
chicka, boom, boom.
yeah, bow, shaka, wow, wow. And then he directed this, which has a ton of nudity in it.
Yeah.
So you could tell he was having a fun time. As a matter of fact, the there's a scene where a couple are having sex out in the woods, and he said that scene actually went on like way longer. Like he shot an entire
Oh,
love scene,
and
like,
they're like, nope, that's not
and
working for rated R.
they chopped it down to like nothing. So I always get a kick out of that because I'm like, oh man, like, is there ever going to be an unrated cut where we get to see that? There's just like this 10-minute like lovemaking scene right in the middle of the movie.
There goes your 90-minute movie. Now it's 2 hours.
Exactly. But yeah, he said he shot it, he filmed it, and yeah, and it's funny because when you listen to the making of on this, he's like almost kind of like sad that they removed it because he shot it. He said he wanted to have a break away from all the killings and stuff, so he thought it would be a good way to have to take a little bit of a break from the tension in the film and to just watch these two people have sex, and and he wanted it to be kind of an intimate moment or whatever. But he really did like seem a little bothered by them taking it out because he filmed it very seriously. And you could tell he was upset. So it kind of makes me laugh even more.
That's what he's upset about.
Yeah, but they told him that like, look, we want to kill every few minutes in this movie.
Pick up the pace.
It's got to be like kill, like every few minutes, kill. And if you notice the body count, this is like high.
It's pretty high. Yeah, it's
20 over 20 or something like that.
I guess I haven't looked overall all of the movies, but it's got to be one of the higher ones.
Oh yeah,
series, yeah,
for sure. But yeah, I always appreciated Roy Burns in this as spoilers if you haven't seen that. I think everybody in here has seen this, but Roy Burns is the killer. He's playing Jason, and what happened is his son got brutally axe murdered by one of the patients at the like mental facility that they're at, and he was the paramedic that showed up, and he saw his son brutally murdered, and that's what like broke him and made him want to go on. And what's really hilarious about the whole thing is he didn't even kill the guy that killed his son, because the guy that killed his son got taken off by the police. So like the one guy that you should kill, you don't kill. He
just goes after everybody else.
So he goes after everyone else and kills them, and goes like, he literally just goes on like it's a massacre, man. But what's really funny about that scene is his son, who loved candy bars.
Yep.
When they take the sheet back and you see like he's been cut up into a bunch of pieces. If you look closely, his hand is still holding the candy bar that he had.
I gotta go back and watch
it's
that.
Hilarious. It's
I don't know if I caught
hilarious.
I don't know if I caught that.
So
like,
I kind of
you gotta pry it from my dead cold hands.
Exactly, yeah. So I kind of look at this movie as basically just like a dark comedy.
Yeah.
With a shitload of killings in it. But I really like the movie a lot. It's just fun. Yeah. It's very fun. It's very fast paced. Lots of kills.
Oh, lots of kills. Yeah.
And I like the performances okay enough. I agree with you. I think the kind of rednecks out in the middle of the wood, the mother and son are pretty annoying, but they're
pretty over the top.
They're designed to be that way.
Yep.
But I think everybody else is solid. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Especially Reggie the Reckless. I really like that kid. I thought he did a great job. Being a kid actor, it can be hit or miss. And I thought,
the young kid in it. Yeah.
The young kid.
Yeah.
They call me Reggie the Reckless.
People always talk about his brother too.
And
that
then
kill scene. Yeah.
Demon is man. So he's from the Return of the Living Dead.
Yep.
And he's in there and he's like, oh, I shouldn't have ate all those enchiladas.
That's oh, I gotta get rid. And
And
then
then he
he's
runs into that bathroom, that outhouse or
yep,
whatever,
yep.
just singing like "Ooh,
Ooh,
baby,
baby,
ooh,
ooh.
baby, ooh, baby."
And then all of a sudden his girlfriend's not singing back to him, and he's like, "What's going on?" You know. That
Oh
was a
man,
pretty good kill with him though too. In there, I
yeah,
thought, yeah,
he just gets like stabbed right through the chest,
yep, yep,
yeah, that was good. That was really good. Yeah, it was cool too because the way they were filming it, like having that like metal spear type thing going like in and out of the outhouse, so it's
yep,
like you never know, you don't know where it's gonna hit, and then it
yep,
finally gets him like in the leg, and then it finally gets him through the chest, and like, yeah, I like the way they filmed that.
yeah,
um so yeah, no, I enjoy New Beginning for what it is. It's just kind of and I really like the look of Roy Burns, wearing that mask with the blue chevrons
yeah. It
going
was a nice
outside. I thought
change.
the
Yeah,
mask was cool. I like the look of him. Um, and I like the rainy setting at the end too. Like it's just like pouring down rain on them. That was cool.
yeah.
So
No,
yeah,
I said I still had fun with that one, even though
and
yeah, we're
yeah,
at it.
John Shepard is Tommy. Like I said, it's more of a emotional performance, more of like him emoting through his face and everything. Like because he doesn't talk a lot in the movie. He says
Yeah,
very few words and everything. But I think he's good.
yeah.
I like him well enough. But yeah, I think overall really dig this movie. But seventh place is I think perfect right for this. And then you got you got
Yep.
that right there.
Yep.
That's his son. It's Roy
Yep.
Burns' son. And then you got that kill that you love,
Oh yeah.
that we both love. It's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
With that leather belt or whatever it is, and then tightening around the tree there. But
so good. All right, what
that's a
about
good one.
you?
All right, I got number 7. I am going to go with
Dun.
Jason Takes Manhattan.
Oh, okay. Jason Takes Manhattan. There it is.
So I still had fun with this one. I know a lot of people give it a lot of grief with, like we were talking about, people were joking earlier with Jason Takes a Boat or Jason Takes Vancouver or
Yeah.
Vancouver or whatever, you know. So, but I can understand like with the budget that they had to work with, and New York City, I think is notoriously like one of the most expensive places to film in the country. So they had to look at some alternate things there. But I still enjoyed it, even though I know it was on the boat for a lot of the time. Um, I still liked it. There were some things I thought were funny, some things that I thought they could have done better with. Um, it was. I still remember when this was coming out to the theater where, and I know that was their big money shot where they spent a bunch of money, him, Jason in Times Square, like
Mm.
looking up and seeing that. I, even though I know how little they were in there, when I still saw it in the movie, watching it again, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like you get that shot of him just standing there
It
with
is.
crowds of people around him, and they go up and you just see the, um, Times Square and all the ads going on and everything. And I did laugh though because there was I think a Batman logo on one of the screens in
Oh
the
yeah.
background. So um anyway, I just remember seeing that. But another thing I didn't really think about, well, I kind of did when I saw it, but then I heard some other people talk about it. I'm like, okay, I can see that. There's some of the flashbacks in there showing Jason as a kid, like looking pretty normal with a full head of hair and everything. And they're like, okay, how are you using that as the flashback of Jason as a kid from everything we've seen from the other movies, where he's, got some deformation and not much hair on his head. And I don't know. Some people are kind of pointing out like, okay, why we're using that for the flashbacks of him. There were some fun kills too. I know it was, some of them were a little over the top, but there was the one gal down in the boat rocking out with her guitar and the amp, and I thought that was kind of cool when you got that. And then of course the one a lot of people will talk about with this is there's the boxing match on top of the building.
Oh, that's so good.
So you got that where Jason's just standing there taking it, and he's just punching, going. You can just see his knuckles getting all bloodied up, and he finally is just exhausted, and he's like something like, like, give me your best shot. And he just goes, and his head comes popping clean off of his body, when Jason punches him.
And they were really like, he was like really hitting him too.
Yeah.
Like, he was like, Kane Hodder was taking like a lot of those shots because, he said, you there's so many takes. So, after, you're just getting hit and hit and hit. And then they're like, okay, let's take one. All right, let's do take two. And then he's just getting hit and hit and hit. And the guy that plays Julius, he was saying that, like, his knuckles really were like, they were puffy by the end of that because he was hitting them.
Yeah.
And, they really were like puffy and kind of, bloodied and stuff because he's just take after take of doing that. And it was brutal. And Kane Hodder even said, he's like, yeah, man, you feel that after so many takes. I mean, you're getting hit over and over and over again. Yeah.
It gets a little sore. But yeah, I had some of those for the kills, or the one too with Jason, the one, whether the teacher, whatever the guy, he puts him upside down in that vat of, that big barrel of whatever it is.
Yeah, like
the
toxic
waste or whatever. And there's like a rat floating in it. And he's just sitting there, like the legs are kicking around and stuff. And then Jason's just sitting there, just kind of wrangling him in a little bit and just like, yeah, just stop here.
I always assumed that was just like a fake body.
Oh yeah.
But the actor was saying that he really was getting like dunked. I think it was either the actor or Kane Hodder or whatever. Like I was watching the behind the scenes, and that was like really him getting dunked in and out of that thing.
Yeah.
Because he's saying like how gross it is, because he's like, it's not just water. It's water that has like dye and all these other chemicals and stuff, like stuff to make it look gross. And then you got the floating rat and all this stuff mixed in there, and it's like it's pretty nasty, So yeah, but I always just assumed, I was like, oh, that's got to be like a fake body in there. But no, sounds like they really dunked him in it.
Yeah,
like,
kicking his legs around and everything. So
yeah.
But yep, no, that's that is my number 7 that we got in here. I tell you what, how about we just jump into the next one, and I'll get back into the chat. But let's go back into we'll do our next pick, and then I'll get back in the chat just to keep her rolling here and everything. But
so my next one's going to be Friday the 13th Part 2.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, now this is just a fantastic movie because all the characters are very enjoyable. I like all of them setting up for the camp and doing all this stuff, and the kills are great. I love the guy in the wheelchair that gets the machete to the face and then he just rolls down the stairs. I thought that was cool. And you got the spear through the bed, which they cut down a lot because there's actually like a fake body that they had where the spear would go into the body and you'd actually see it impale the guy, and there'd be like blood squirting out of his back and all this stuff. That got all cut out because of the MPAA at the time. Where they were really trying to like censor the Friday the 13th films.
And the making of this that we talked about, I did watch this one as well, and that it sounded like this one, or no, was it this one?
This one, it did. I would,
or maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Sorry.
I would say that scene got hit the most because like they put so much work into it, and then it got trimmed down to the spear coming down. You just see blood trickling down the spear, and it's like that's it. So it's kind of disappointing. But I still think you got some good kills in there, and so they still made it work. But yeah, the MPAA was definitely coming for him. Yeah. Like after the first movie, that all eyes were on them because parents and people were complaining after the first movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really enjoy, like I said, I like the relationship between the guy in the wheelchair and that like love interest that he has. I thought that was cool. And Ginny is an amazing final girl.
Agree.
And I really like Sackhead Jason. I think he looks cool.
I do too.
Eye poking out, looking around, and Allie and I always get a kick out of when he goes to stand on that chair to, surprise Ginny because she's under the bed, and she comes out of the bed, and then
Uh-huh.
the chair breaks and he falls over. And it's just kind of like embarrassing for Jason because it's like, damn it, like
It almost worked.
the chair broke and it just looks bad, and his little pitchfork breaks in half, and uh Allie and I always say it's like, okay, get up, Jason, give it another go. You'll get her the next time,
He's
don't
still
worry
pretty
about
new
it.
to this. He's still
Yeah,
working on it.
You got it, buddy. But yeah, I really appreciate, you got Steve Nash who plays Jason when you see him in the full Jason, like get up, the sack head and all that stuff. Like that's
Yeah.
Nash. And then Warrington Gillette is him when you see him without the mask and he's busting through the window.
Oh yeah.
And then there's actually a lot of shots of Jason's feet and his hands that are even other people on the production team that are doing those shots, playing his hands, feet and stuff. So there's quite a few people playing Jason in this movie when you bring them all together. But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't really have anything bad to say about this film. I love it. It's a great build up. They kill off poor Alice right at the beginning.
Yeah.
They're telling you like, hey, we're not messing around.
Yeah.
So
yeah, she wasn't there for very long.
yeah. But yeah, that is my pick right there. That was number 6, right? Yep, number 6.
Yes, sir.
All
yes,
right.
Sir. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and we'll break my number 6 out, and I'm gonna go with, and we'll see if I get any or anything like that, but I'm gonna go with the original.
Oh yeah, I knew as soon as you said that. It'd be the original. Yeah.
Some people are gonna hate me. I don't have it in the top 5. Or something. I went with the original, and that again doesn't mean I hate it or anything like that. So, yeah. I don't know. This one for me, again, whether spoilers or not, it was one that really Jason wasn't a part of this one. But I think it had a good story with, a mother and her love with her child and seeking revenge for the wrong that she thought had happened to him. So I liked quite a few things with that. I thought it was a little slow for me in parts, but at the same time, I'm not like knocking it though either, because it still was a very influential movie and started this whole thing off. And I don't know. That's where I just kind of thought a little slow for me. And then, but there were some good kills in there too. With this was Kevin Bacon, wasn't it? And
yep.
There was the under the bed kill with him with the the arrow coming up,
the arrowhead,
coming up through
Great
the throat.
Kill. Great kill. And that one, if you watch the unrated,
and I did,
there's more frames of it. It lasts longer.
Yep.
So.
Kind of digs around a little bit.
Yeah, the blood squirts in his mouth.
Yep.
It's like, holy shit.
Yep. So I'd say that had the iconic kill there. There were still like little things. I was trying to look at some of my notes that I thought were good too. Where, and again, I'm horrible at remembering all the characters' name, but we had the lady towards the end where she's like hiding in the cabin again, and she hides in like that pantry, and Jason he always does his little play like he leaves.
Right.
And she's sitting there like, oh, in relief and like, oh my goodness, thank goodness. And you see a little bit of a shadow, and you just see the doorknob just starting to start to turn just a little bit. And it's like right above her head behind her. And I just liked some stuff like that. And then, the fear kicks back in because then he goes for it. But you can just get that little, before she knows he's there, and you can just see the doorknob just turning just a little bit when she thought he walked out. Are
you trying not to spoil
I'm trying to be good with some, I don't know, or what? I don't know.
Well,
I always feel bad about not saying too much. Or
I know, but I feel like this one you gotta talk about the performance of the killer. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Or you don't have to, but maybe I'll just say spoilers when I get around.
Well, and I know I was saying Jason too. Yeah. So
you're saying Jason. I thought
yes.
Maybe
so
avoid spoiling who the killer is.
You think it's Jason,
right?
So. Well, I'll just say what I say. It's his mother. You know, that's her seeking the revenge of the things like that. So yes,
Pamela
yeah,
Voorhees.
yep. So sorry, I think just not even thinking about it, I was saying Jason with it,
Yeah.
but
I thought
yeah,
maybe trying just not to spoil it. I'm like, oh man, you gotta talk about Betsy Palmer's great performance there, because it's
yeah,
just
she's really good with it too. Like I said, it's a good story with, like I said, you know, she has a young kid that had special needs, and that was her whole life, and if she felt like people neglected him and ended to his death, you know, that just made her snap and go after all these counselors that are at the camp, even though they weren't the ones, you know, there, but they're going along doing some actions that she felt the others were doing when, you know, Jason died, or
yeah.
you know, but um, but yeah, and then of course you got the classic end where you kind of have you think everything's okay, and you get the one final the jump scare or whatever you want to call it, you know, when Jason comes out of the lake and grabs
So
her out
good.
of the canoe.
I've watched so many reactions to that, and people just always get scared to death because the music, Harry Manfredini, he wrote the music in that film where you hear the classic score anytime the killer's approaching, but then he had to write this very kind of just this nice relaxing music for the very last scene, for where she's just sitting there in the rowboat, and everything's serene and beautiful around her, and you think the danger's over, and then all of a sudden you get that
Yeah.
and Jason just comes out of the water. That was the only piece of music that Manfredini had to write that wasn't like the suspenseful, like, type music that he had going throughout the entire thing. So I always thought that was, because it's a very relaxing, song.
Yeah.
Just like the, just
Like
so
we made it through it, you know?
yeah, we're good. Everything's going to be okay.
Yep.
And then you see like the cop cars and the ambulance and all that stuff, and you're like, oh, she's good. And then,
Yeah.
out of nowhere. So well done.
I can't remember if it was on that disc or something I was watching with it. I thought there was something they were talking about with making that part of the movie where they're like, let it go for a really long time, where people are like, oh, it's go for a really long time, like, oh, everything's safe and fine now, and go even longer. You know, like they wanted you to wait like a really long time before that final jump out of the lake. But
And then Tom Savini's practical effects for that film are, so realistic looking and everything. I love the way, like you said, Kevin Bacon with the spearhead.
yep.
You get the girl that gets her throat slashed at the beginning. You get the chick that gets the axe to the face, which looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of good ones.
Oh, and the guy that's hanging on the door with all the
Oh.
arrows in him. I
Yep.
love that. Love
Yep.
the way that looks.
Yeah, and for the budget they had with it, I mean,
Yeah, like $600,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So still really good, but that's where it dropped for me. So, all right, a quick run here again. Jim was saying my number 7 is Jason Lives. It's probably the best made film in the series, but it's too bloodless and it's got sitcom level humor in it.
Right. Yeah. So the humor doesn't land for him there.
Not for Jim.
Like the humor. Yeah.
Yeah, and the director was a porn director on part 5. It shows.
Oh yeah. Oh, he was having a good time. He was like, as many boobs as he could put in that movie, he was putting them in there.
Yep. Jim appreciated one of the actresses in there. Yeah, he said.
Oh, yeah.
And then 20 people murdered because of a chocolate bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna keep this going because I know we're going for a while. Not saying I'm not having fun, but just keep it rolling for you. But I'm gonna put another pin in it here quick. I just want to hit that. But so we're on to number 5.
Yeah, we're in our
top 5 now, right?
Yeah. So if you want, we can do like 2 more. Check the chat. 2 more. Do the chat, and then do our final big reveal. Yeah.
Keep it rolling. Yep.
All right. So number 5, I got Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood.
All right.
Yes. This movie, I really wasn't sure. This one's always the stickler. This one's the one I never know where I'm going to place it because, I really like Tina. and the guy that she's with is cool, and then the rest of the cast is okay. You got Bad News Cruz. I think he plays like a pretty good like dickhead type doctor,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Always threatening to throw her back in the mental institution and all
yeah,
this stuff. And I like her mother. I think her mother does a good job. The rest of the kids, though, that are like over in the cabin, I'm not in like love with any of that. They're like all just kind of, I don't know. I don't really like any of their personalities. I'm not really like, they're okay, but they're, I'm kind of looking forward to them getting killed off. Basically,
yeah,
it's a little bit annoying and stuff. But Tina's great, and she's the lead. So, and I always like the idea of Carrie versus Jason. I think
yeah,
that's a
yeah,
really cool way to promote the movie and everything.
yeah,
And you get you get I love Kane Hodder in this film is so phenomenal.
yeah,
And he does all of his own stunt work, and the makeup on him it looks great. It's my favorite makeup on any of the Jasons. It
yep,
looks phenomenal. I love it. I mean, it's just so good. You can see like his spine through his back, and you
yep,
can see part of his face. You can see like the jawbone and all that, and the mask, his tattered clothes. I mean, it all looks just great.
yep,
And the other thing I like is you actually get to see Jason throughout the entire film. It's not just like POV shots through like
mhm,
half the movie. You get to see Jason the entire time. And of course, I'm glad they did, because the makeup looks great. It
yeah,
would have been such a disservice not to show him the entire time.
yeah,
Now the MPAA obviously hacked this movie to pieces. This
yeah,
one got hacked the most.
yeah,
If any of them deserve an unrated cut, it's this one.
yeah,
And the director, John Carl Buechler, he talks about this also in the behind the scenes. This one actually has probably my favorite making of, because he goes into that, how they like kind of just hacked his movie apart. But you can tell the guy still has, you know he's still very happy with what the film, how it turned out and everything. You can tell he still speaks on it very positively. He doesn't, uh he doesn't, it bugs him, but he still loves the movie that he made. He
right,
just wishes that he could have had that other stuff put back in. So
right,
it's cool. I like hearing him, during that interview. But he was talking about so much with this movie, as far as like, how the dad pops out of the water at the end and drags Jason down. And that dad
yeah,
initially was supposed to have this makeup on that made
yeah,
him look super, almost like a skeleton, but still he still has some of the face left, but it's
but
like
like decomposing,
he's
kind
like
of.
decomposing. The skin's almost like going back, so you can see like the outline, like the bone and everything, like his skull underneath. It was really, really gnarly looking. But the the assistant or the executive producer or whatever,
Yeah,
uh,
I think
had,
I see it said like assistant producer or something, but
no, it
yeah,
was,
yeah, yeah,
it was assistant, yeah, it was assistant producer, um, had him cut that out of the film.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like didn't like how it looked or something like
She,
that.
she, right. She didn't, it never even like, yeah. She was like, no, I just want to like axe that whole thing from the production. She gets to her, it just didn't look right, and I'm like, man, that's crazy, because those effects look so good. I can't believe that. But yeah. And then there was another scene where the mother gets killed, but initially he was talking about how he wanted to have like, when Tina's driving down the road, she wanted to have young like baby Michael that drowned in the lake out there holding his mother's head. Um, but once again, the assistant producer was like, no, we can't do that. The fans aren't going to know what's going on. It's too weird and out there. So then it got changed to Tina seeing her mother getting stabbed through the chest.
Yeah,
So there's a lot of his vision for what he wanted the film to be was getting like taken out by this assistant producer lady.
Yeah. Yeah.
um, and you know that's frustrating. And then obviously the MPAA was hacking his movie to bits too, so a lot went wrong with this film. But I still think it came out pretty great, just because Kane Hodder's just his like
He's
movement,
awesome. He's
his
awesome.
performance. Yeah, dude, he's got these quick movements where he's just grabbing people, and you can tell he's just throwing them down, killing them. Like
And
he
he's a
puts,
big dude too. I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
and he puts so much into it. And that fire stun at the end.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Kane Hodder actually got into in back in the 70s. He actually did a stunt where he was set on fire and he almost lost his life.
Oh, I didn't know
And he has like scars all over his chest and everything from it.
Huh.
So for him to do that stunt, like I think he said 11 years later, to do the scene where he's set on fire there, and he's on fire for like 40 seconds or something. It's like a long time. That was a big deal for him because he almost died from doing a stunt just like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really enjoy this movie, and that's why it's coming in at 5th place. I mean, sorry, I was talking a lot, but I was trying to. I had
No, it's good stuff. It's
I
good
had
stuff.
so many facts for that movie that
Yeah.
you know, yeah,
No,
there's lots to say.
no, yeah, no, don't apologize at all. You got a lot of good stuff you're talking about there. So no, go for it, man.
But that's how good the special features are on these discs. Like I'm just saying what the special features are, but you know, I want people to know because I think they're really fun facts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's perfect. I'm glad you shared all that. So, all right. So I'm on to my number 5. So I am going to pull out. This will be one of our first, bigger deviations that we've had, but I now have the 2009 remake.
Oh, there it is.
Number 5. You know, it had to come out somewhere, but that's one of our bigger deviations from our 2 lists. But I like this one more than I thought I was going to. I'm not saying it's perfect. I've heard some people kind of not complain, but say, they're trying to put too much into one film. It's like they're almost combining the first 2 or 3 Friday the 13th into the remake,
Yeah.
Trying to do a little too much with the whole thing. But I liked it. It was a nice change. It definitely was a different Jason, a lot faster.
Oh yeah.
He's running after people and not stomping and like tracking them down. I mean, he's full out running at people, and I think he shows a little more maybe cunning with some of the stuff. Like you were talking about the bear trap when you were talking about yours, so that was kind of a creative kill with that one where he grabs the one lady, has her tied up in the sleeping bag from a tree hanging over the campfire, burning, yelling, and the guy comes running, and what does he set up? Like he figured out, like he's thinking some things through, and he had a big bear trap set in there for him that he runs into on it. So I think some of those were kind of cool where I think it's kind of like when you talk about some movies where they talk about, oh, that went to the fast zombies, or whatever. Like this was Fast Jason. Like Fast Jason, and he definitely was thinking some things through and was pretty cunning with it. So I'd say that for sure. I was trying to look at some of my notes here. Yeah, I said it's fast, cunning, Jason. I don't know why it made me laugh, but there's the one scene where the guy that's looking for his sister that's missing walks into that barn, and there's kind of the redneck guy with the wood chipper. And I don't know why it caught me funny, but I was like, I wrote it down, but he was like, whoa, man. He's like, you almost hit the start button on the whoop ass machine. Like he was going to come after him or something like that. I don't know why, but it just made me laugh so I did that again. There was a bit of shaky cam in this with some running scenes that I was kind of like, I'm not always the biggest fan of that, but this is the one I was referring to when you were talking about earlier about a former adult film industry person. Like film, I like this one almost felt like it could have been one, because I was like, I just put they dialed up the TNA and sex scenes a little bit
Oh
in
yeah.
this one, but
Oh yeah. And I'm pretty sure the extended version of that extends that sex scene longer.
yeah.
Like
Well,
it,
there's the one where it goes on for a pretty long time anyway,
oh yeah. Yeah.
but
It's crazy, man.
yep. And then of course, yeah, going skiing or wakeboarding or whatever she was doing
Yeah.
topless for however long they were going out on the lake too. Um, but yeah, so this one, like I said, they try to wrap up a lot. They do a really quick recap of, his mother getting killed and and then, but in this one, they actually show him actually witnessing it and then going from there, finding the hockey mask. Um, and then, like you said too, it was kind of different where he kind of captures the one because
Mm.
they kind of reference earlier when they're searching through the house before Jason gets upon them and they find that locket and the boyfriend or the guy was like, oh, that looks like you,
Yeah.
kind of in the, and then you end up finding out she's not killed, but chained up down in his little underground layer thing that he's got going on underneath the cabins. But, yeah, no, I thought it was good overall. It was entertaining, but, yeah, there were some of those things when, like I said, they definitely dialed up some things for the eye candy in certain shots, but definitely was a faster Jason that was thinking some things through a lot more. And I don't know. I think that's all I had on that one. So
No, that's good. No, I agree. And I actually do like the fact that they have like the tater sack Jason look, and then he gets the hockey mask. I think it's kind of cool that they
show
combine
that
those together.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I really like the look when he had the tater sack on. Actually, probably even more than the mask. If I'm being honest, I think I like the look of him at the beginning more. Yeah.
So yep, that's what I'd go for my number 5. So
Good one.
do you want to hit your number 4?
Sure. Yeah. Number 4 is, and this one's very controversial because most people hate this movie, and that's Jason Takes Manhattan.
There you go.
Number 4. I've always loved this movie because it was probably because it's the first one that I ever saw when I was a kid. So it's got like the nostalgia tied in, like I was talking about before. And this is just like a weird, trippy movie for the most part.
Yeah.
But I really like the music. I like how it starts off like Jason, and yeah, and the characters are kind of funny. They're goofy, especially there's that scene where, and it was really cracking me up when I rewatched it too, where they're on that little boat and then they see the Statue of Liberty, and then Julius is like, "Oh my God, it's New York! The Statue of Liberty! We made it, you guys!" Like he almost sounds like a kid because you just hear. It almost sounds like it was like dubbed in later. You know what I mean?
It could have been.
And because they're not showing him, they're just you just hear his voice, and it sounds so much like a little kid. He's just so excited, but it cracks me up because he's like New York City. It's so funny. But yeah, I love once again Kane Hodder. You know, he's my favorite Jason, and I like his look in this. He's always wet. He's just his like clothing's always wet. He's always dripping.
Yep.
I like the like really almost like yellowish kind of hockey mask.
Yeah.
And it's just a trippy movie. I almost look at Jason as like an apparition or something, more of like a ghost, because he kind of just teleports around a lot. You know, it's like you'll see him up there and then he'll be down there, you know, and that happens throughout the entire movie. One of my favorite scenes is when he's chasing around that one girl and she goes into like the disco room where they're, you know,
on the cruise ship, or whatever,
on the ship, and like you got the disco ball and the music's playing, and she's like looking around trying to find an exit, and then she looks over and there's Jason by the one exit, and then she looks over there and then Jason's there over in this other area, and then she looks over this way and Jason's over. So it looks like he's like everywhere at once.
Yeah.
And then finally he just like grabs her by the throat, chokes her out, and then just throws her to the ground. It's so brutal.
Yeah.
Because that's just all Kane Hodder's performance.
Oh yeah.
And then the scene where that really bitchy girl finally gets killed,
Mm-hmm.
and he goes in there, breaks down the door, bashes the mirror, takes a piece of glass and just stabs it into her.
Yep.
That's another scene that got cut down because in the version that they had filmed, you actually see a wide shot where she's just got like all these shards of glass stabbed into her. But when you
Yeah.
see it in the movie, they kind of zoom in more to her face, so you just see like one piece of glass and some blood. But
Yeah.
really, all those shards of glass, he like put a shard like through her entire body, basically.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I really love the feel of this movie. I think it's fun. I like them. I actually like them being on the boat because it's still a different location
Oh, sure. Yeah.
than the campground.
Yeah.
So I actually don't mind the boat because they're all stuck there. They're all isolated out in the middle of the sea. And Jason's just going picking them all off one by one. But yeah, it's such a weird movie. And then when they get to Manhattan finally, it's cool because right, all those kills, like he kills those two drug dealers and he puts like the syringe through that guy's chest. I always like that. There's a really cool shot where you see she's like looking into a puddle, and then you just see where it's like her and her uncle, and they're in that rowboat.
Yep.
And you see all this just through the puddle, and then eventually they show you the whole scene play out where uncle just throws her in the water and she starts drowning,
Yep.
And then baby Michael's trying to pull her down.
Jason. Yeah.
Or I mean, baby Jason.
Yep.
Michael. Yeah. Michael.
That's all right. We'll do Halloween another time.
Yeah. Michael
I
Myers.
I do that all the time. So
Michael Myers makes a brief appearance and tries to.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, no, Jason's just trying to like pull her down, like baby Jason's pulling her down the water, and I don't know, I just really like the way that was all filmed.
Yeah.
And there's just so many scenes like where he kicks the boombox. Those guys are
yeah.
And he goes over there, kicks the boombox, and then the guy breaks out like one of those butterfly knives.
Yep.
Like, you want to mess with us? And then Jason just takes his mask back, and they all run away.
Yep.
He just looks grotesque under there.
Yep.
Yeah, they show him in the subway, which I thought was cool. Very, very New York.
Yeah.
Ken Kersinger, who's the stunt coordinator in Jason Takes Manhattan, and he also plays Jason in Freddy vs. Jason. He actually has a cameo as himself. He's the guy at the diner that comes from behind the diner. He's the really big dude, and then Jason picks him up, throws him into the glass, into that mirror. That's Ken Kersinger, the guy that plays Jason in Freddy vs. Jason.
Okay.
Because he was the stunt coordinator for this film.
Okay.
And he actually doubles for Kane in two scenes. The scene where he's being electrocuted on the tracks, that's Ken Kersinger, and then the scene where Jason gets hit by the cop car, that's Ken Kersinger as well, because they didn't want to risk Kane getting hurt, with the cop car. And Kane was like pretty pissed off about that. He likes, because he did all of his own stunts in part 7.
Yeah.
So he was disappointed that they wouldn't let him do the car sequence, but it's all right.
Yeah.
But and then I love how particular Kane Hodder is about like how he's being portrayed, because the scene where Ken Kersinger is doubling him and he's walking out of the subway station, he's kind of moving his arms like this, and Kane Hodder's like, I would never move my It was so funny, man. I love that though, because he enjoys, Kane really enjoys playing the character that much. And he's like, I would never
really gets into it. Yeah.
He's like, whenever I'm doubling someone, I always try to accurately do their movements, however they move, So
like,
yeah, sorry, I could go on and on about Jason Takes Manhattan. It's just the one I grew up watching the most, and got a lot of nostalgia built in for me.
I still think it's a fun one for sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I almost forgot the third act. There's actually because I know a lot of people get mad at the toxic waste kill of Jason or
Oh
whatever.
yeah,
They're like, what the hell? They flood the sewers with toxic waste in New York City,
yeah,
like
every night.
every night. But in one of the endings, or in one of the like alternate endings, they actually had this big puppet of Jason, and there's this huge puppet of Jason, this mouth that like opens up or whatever after he's getting hit with the toxic waste, and then you just see little baby Jason like in the mouth of the big toxic waste like face
Oh
looking Jason,
yeah,
and it's kind of like his soul being set free or something. But I get it wasn't playing right when they were shooting it, so they didn't use it. But I don't know. I thought it looked cool,
yeah.
and the special features.
I'll have to check
Uh,
that one. I have not seen that
yeah,
special
because that's
feature yet.
basically what they were getting at is like once he got doused with the toxic waste and then he kind of turned into the little kid again. It's kind of like his soul being freed basically from
Yeah,
this, kind of crazy murder, they turned into.
yeah.
So yeah.
No, that's a good one. Yeah. It's a fun one. I don't. I think sometimes it gets a little more hate than it deserves, but
Yeah.
I know the whole like, well, how much time were they in New York or Manhattan? But I don't know. It's still a good time.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, you got Jason Takes Manhattan for number 4. For number 4 for me, I'm gonna go with Friday the 13th Part 6. Jason
Ooh,
Lives.
Jason Lives. Okay.
So I got that
Good
one
deal.
jumping out here. No, I really like this one. I thought it was interesting. The whole start of it, Tommy kind of breaking out with the buddy to go. He wants to dig up Jason and make sure he's dead for sure. And I guess inadvertently shoving that big, what do you really call it? Like almost spear from the fence, the big metal piece,
Yeah.
and then the lightning striking it and bringing Jason back to life. But I thought he looked pretty cool in that, from the grave, you had all the maggots and the other things going on with him in there. I don't know. I thought he looked kind of cool when he was coming
Yeah.
back
It
to
was
life.
like bringing back Frankenstein.
Yeah.
He's like
Yeah.
kid and brought back to life. Yeah.
And maybe I'm wrong on this one, but I felt this was maybe the biggest leap to having Jason being supernatural or something other that, like, I'm not saying that the other ones didn't, but I don't know. I don't know. For some reason, I just wrote down, like, was this him first being like kind of supernatural, at that point, almost living dead? The other ones, I don't know if you could say was or wasn't, if he just was a survivor and lived through a lot of the things or not. I don't know, but
No,
him,
I agree with you. No, it's
yeah,
it's the first time that he's actually like right. He's zombie. He's like a zombie.
raised from the dead kind
The
of.
rest of the time he was a man.
Yeah,
But yeah, he endured a lot for sure.
yeah. Because even in some of the earlier ones, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but some of the earlier ones, he wasn't. I guess he never's invincible, but maybe even more vulnerable in some of the earlier ones where, they'd knock him over the head with something and he'd like, oh, and fall over.
Right,
And,
exactly.
just seemed like now he's kind of getting to the point where he's raised from the dead and he can kind of take a lot more, I guess. But yeah, so I like that coming back. I think that it was around that scene too, where he had a good kill where it was like a punch through the chest almost or something like that to grab the heart kind of a thing. I can't remember if it was right there.
Yeah, that's my favorite kill in that movie. Yeah.
Yep. So I had that written down that I liked that. That was kind of a different opening with that too. I put question mark next to this, but I was like kind of James Bond opening.
Yes. No, that's what he was going for. Yeah. Like the 007. Yeah.
Yep. So it was kind of funny because a lot of the earlier ones, it's like, they'd kind of have the Friday the 13th come out and, some of them would like break glass and then some of them it was the explosion and kind of the fake explosion sound but this one I was like, oh, we got kind of the 007 going on there at the beginning of it. I meant to look up, there's like I can't remember, there's a small car, there's a very small role in it, but there's a woman driving a car and a guy with him and Jason's in the middle of the road and they get stopped by him and they're kind of like, but that guy, I was blanking on his name, but I'm like, oh, I know
the guy
him.
from Ghost.
Yes, yeah,
He's the villain,
the
from
jerk
Ghost.
from Ghost, yeah.
Yep.
but I couldn't place his name. But yeah, I just put, yeah, that he didn't make it too far in that. But I don't know why I laughed so hard in that. He's like, well, I'll take care of this. And he gets in the glove box to get a gun. And I've just put, is that the smallest gun ever? When he
Yeah,
pulls it out,
it is like a pea shooter gun, dude. That thing is like, oh my god, yeah,
it looked like a little cap gun or
it
something.
did. It totally. It didn't even look like a real gun at all. It
Yeah.
did look like a cap gun or
I'm
something.
like, not knowing who Jason is, you can still see he's a huge guy. he takes out this little, like, I got this. And I'm like, I don't know if that's what I'm going to go in with, but this again, they were mixing in a little more comedy again with it. Then you go cut to the whole corporate outing paintball gun war thing out in the forest, and I'm like, okay, is this trying to mix in more laughs or comedy within this? And I don't know. I thought that was a little off, like some of that going on, but yeah, I still laughed about it a little bit, but I don't know what you think about that. Or maybe you can save it because you haven't talked about this one yet. So
No, not yet.
I can save for that. Uh, there was a couple things with editing too. I said, and this might have been towards the end, but they're like racing off in a car, and I was like, there's a couple scenes where it almost looked like it cut from night to day. In some of the scenes where it seemed like really bright and then it was dark and then it was bright again. And I don't know. I just kind of wrote something down. And then this too, I know he does it a lot in quite a few movies, but I just was like, Jason's getting pretty good at throwing knives and things. He had a couple kills where I was like, he must be practicing when he's like hanging out. He's got some pretty good throwing skills going on. But what else do I got for that one? I'll try to keep it going. Oh, talking about the humor a little bit too, gave me a good laugh too. I completely forgot about it until I rewatched it. But there's the kids at the camp, the younger kids that they're trying to save and stuff. And there's like one little boy looks at the other one when some of this stuff's going down, and he's like, "So, what did you want to be when you grew up?" we're all gonna die, kind of like so what did you want to grow up to be, kind of a thing. That made me laugh a little bit, and I'm like, okay, they're mixing in the humor there a little bit. And then I thought so this kind of relates to another kill I talked about earlier with Freddy versus Jason, but the sheriff gets a nice folded backwards kill on him.
That's so good.
Yep. So that was one too that I think really jumped out to me. So yeah, I don't know. That's what I got for Jason Lives.
So. Oh yeah, no, that's great, man. Yeah. I love all that stuff. I love it. I love that campy kind of playful fun. But I think it's done better in that movie than it is in some of the other ones. Like the campy funness of that one to me is way better than what they tried to do in like Jason X.
Yeah,
I think it lands way better, and
I would agree. Yeah.
That humor and kind of being like self-referential. And a lot of people say that Tom McLaughlin, who directed Jason Lives, was he did that before Wes Craven even came up with it for Scream.
Okay.
That whole like kind of being self-referential and like kind of winking and nodding at the camera,
like we know what we're doing,
right?
And lean into it.
Yeah.
No, I could see that for sure. All right, so I got my Jason's Lives. So there's two that we got through, two of them. I'll hit the chat here quick, and then we'll get our next two, and then our big winners on our list here. So
big winners.
All right, Jeff is saying, I bet Kevin Bacon wouldn't work for less than the entire Friday Part 1 budget nowadays. Yeah, probably
not. Oh yeah, not a chance.
Yeah, he'll be taking some. There was a cheer for Heck Yeah Part 7.
Let's go.
Yeah. Mellow Mutant, how we doing?
Saying hi, hey, everyone. What's up?
Hope you're still in here. I know we were kind of taking a little bit to get back through here, but we were trying to truck through our list because I'm good at talking too long. And
me too. There's a lot to say with these movies. Just so many fun facts,
Yep. And then we get Gizmo. I got a phone call from somebody who wants to read my messages, and I will go there now because you guys are just so hard to get today. But yes, I respect you for being maybe breathing or breeding, either one, living creatures. I'm sorry I haven't been reading all your chats, Gizmo. I apologize. He's probably not here anymore because he's in another live stream that they actually do read his chat messages. So
yeah.
Sorry, man. We got Mars Deadwood saying greetings from the evening of which all men and women had started their meeting. So, what's the story that you are seeking?
Greeting from the.
I probably read that way wrong, so sorry if I butchered it.
No, I don't know. Sounds
I
like a
don't know.
song. Is it
I
like a
don't know.
song or something?
I don't know. Probably I'm missing it, but our story that we're seeking is our number one of the franchise of
That's
Friday the
it.
13th. So we'll do that. Gizmo, you're still alive? I had to ask my dog 4 times to stop watching you guys because it's not Friday the 13th anymore. It's Saturday the 14th. Well, it still is here. You're just ahead of the game with us here. Um, Gizmo. Jason looks good, but a serious question. Corey, are you related to King Charles II? I'm going to say no to that one.
He's
So.
lying.
Possibly. No. Allie's got a big vote for Tater Sack Jason for the win.
Oh, Shader Sack is great.
Yep.
I love that look.
Yep. All right. Michael is cool. Jason is more like a wannabe. Michael has class. His clothes are much more in style. Jason would never be asked to the prom.
Aww.
Listen to you being mean to Jason. That's why he's so angry. People like you. People like you. All right. A lot of back and forth again on this one. Jeff was saying, according to Jason X, hockey gets outlawed this year. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I'm glad he brought that up. Yeah, I forgot about that. Right. Gets
Yeah.
out.
They see the hockey mask and they're like, what's hockey? It's like, oh,
So
it's a
great.
sport that was banned. And
I love it when movies do that, and then we hit the year that it
yeah.
actually thought all these things were going to happen, like flying cars or this or that,
You said it was supposed to happen and it didn't happen.
So
All right. All right. Keep it rolling here. We got number three.
Number three, we got Friday the 13th.
Yeah. The original.
The original. Yeah. No, man. I just, I've said it a bunch of times, but I just always love the like immersiveness of this movie. Like, just you're being immersed into the world of all these, these young adults setting up camp for the kids, and you're literally following them all around the camp as they're setting things up, and you're going through the cabins, and they're fixing things up, and they're out by the lake, and you got the tree line, and you got all these beautiful wide shots, of the lake and the trees, and the sound design on this is great too.
Yeah.
I saw this on the big screen with the surround sound and everything, and it's phenomenal. But as I mentioned before, you got Tom Savini's effects look great, and Betsy Palmer just kills it as Mrs. Voorhees. I love her performance. They should have been watching him every second.
That was the one I think on this one is what I watched on the special features a little bit of. They had like some convention where they had a few of them up talking, and I think this was the one, and she was up there talking, and it was kind of funny because she was making comments how when they her agent or somebody first reached out to her, she was like, I don't want to do a horror movie, or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was slow to get into it, but then I think it sounded like she had fun with it.
Yeah, she did. She finally came around, I guess, right? Because she didn't want to do the movie, and then I guess probably because they were like, "Well, we'll pay you $1,000 a day, and you're doing 10 days of work, so that's 10 grand, for just coming in and doing that." But I think it was definitely worth it.
Yeah.
But yeah, what else was I gonna? This movie, I don't know, man. A lot of people say that it's like slow and boring until you get to the third act. But for me, I just never felt that way. I always enjoyed just kind of the ride of it. Yeah, I was never bored by it at all, actually. As a matter of fact, I would say this film probably gets better with each subsequent viewing. But yeah, that's really about it. I love the scene at the end too, where Mrs. Voorhees, she gets decapitated, and you just see the hands going there, and the her head goes flying off. Those are actually Tom Savini's hands too, by the way.
Oh, really?
If
I
you
didn't.
pause it, you can kind of see, you can kind
Yeah.
of tell they're man's hands. But yeah, that's him doing that. Um, so
When
yeah,
that
yeah,
when
just
that happens to her, I think I made a comment too, like, or wrote a little thing of like, that's a heck of a swinging arm to be able to
oh
lop
yeah,
off a
yeah,
in one
one,
swing.
yeah, one, yeah, just one swing on there.
Yep.
But Harry Manfredi's score is perfect. He nailed it. Um, and yeah, I feel like just everybody did a great job. They kept it simple. Sean Cunningham even told the writer, he's like, just rip off Halloween. we're
Yeah.
just,
Right. Yeah.
that's it. We're literally just. So Victor Miller, the writer, wrote it, and he went to go see Halloween that night, and he paid attention to everything, and he's like, okay, I'll just kind of do these things, but we'll take it to a campground, and kind of change things about. I mean, obviously it's not just like Halloween, but the basic setup is kind of similar, right? You have
Yeah.
a kid, something happens, and then like the kid in Halloween just snaps,
Right.
and in this, Jason was bullied and drowned, and then obviously his mother snaps instead.
Right.
um and you have like the incident in the past, right? So like Halloween has like the flashback to
Yep.
you know young kid Michael, and in Friday the 13th you have the flashback to the campground, and the two kids that sneak off to have sex, and
Yep.
then Pamela Voorhees comes in there and just kills them both or whatever, but you don't know who it is at the time. You just, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like you have that kind of like inciting incident in the past. And yeah, so there's a lot of similar. And then obviously you have people just kind of getting picked off one by one.
Yeah.
Typical slasher formula there. So yeah, but I've always really enjoyed Friday the 13th,
Yeah.
the original.
It's a good one, and it started something, because now we're going through 12 different, well, total 12 movies, of the franchise, and it definitely, I don't know, it became an icon because of that movie,
Yeah.
and what it set off from that point. But all right.
What do you got?
All right, what I got for my number
Three.
3. I got for number 3, I got part 4 of the final chapter.
Whoa.
There we go. That's where I dropped this one out here. So I'm still waiting for you too. But yeah, it's kind of fun when you're like, following along with this, and it's kind of fun when we're like, well, I haven't seen something yet from you, and so yep, this is where I throw this one out there. So I think both of us are kind of know where the lists are going for us, but not knowing where things are exactly going to fall. But no, I thought this was a really good one. It was a fun one. Of course, you got Corey Feldman, you got Crispin Glover in here. Everybody likes to talk about Crispin Glover and his dancing moves, and some of the scenes where he's going to town. Hey, I'm not gonna make fun of him. He's got
moves, man.
better moves than I do. And then of course I laughed. I was like, of course they got to throw twins in this one.
Yeah, the peppermint twins or whatever.
Um,
bubble mint. What were the bubble? What were the twins back in the day in those commercials? Bubble mint twins or
double mint.
Double mint.
Yeah, double mint twins. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, of course they throw twins
Oh yeah.
into it. Yeah, no, it's altogether. Thought it was a good one. So you had like kind of the two. I don't know. There was a lot going on with this one. So that you had like the two households. Like the family, the mom, the older daughter, and the son, Corey Feldman. Tommy, in the one house, and then you got the rambunctious, crazy, drug and sex driven teenagers that pull into the next cabin, to do that. And so it was kind of interesting having the two places that they were kind of going back and forth between on it. I was just gonna say, just real quick through it. There were some really great kills in this one too. I thought, there was the raft kill out on the water. That so again, talking about like, oh, he's scared of water, like that. He was going underwater and kind of came up through there, and she was out laying out there and comes up through the raft and gets her, and then I thought that was pretty good too. Then the boyfriend comes out to find, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna sneak up and scare her, like thinks she's sleeping out on the raft, and he swims all the way out there and sees that. Um, I don't know. There was like some funny. There was one too. I can't remember the character, but that was another harpoon gun in this one.
Oh yeah.
He like catches him pretty much in the crotch, I think, and
Oh yeah.
lifts
Right.
him.
Right, man. Jesus.
Yep.
I was like, oh, that's brutal.
Yep. And
Oh.
yep, and shoots him. I think Crispin Glover had a great kill scene in this too.
Where's the corkscrew?
Yep. Yeah. Where's the corkscrew? But had that down through his hand and then takes him out. This is kind of, I don't know if it was the start, but they had some more of they've had a few of these where somebody's getting thrown out of a window, from a second story or something.
Yeah, that happens in a lot of these movies.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to get thrown through a window.
Yeah. So there was one where she gets thrown out of the window and hits the car down below.
Love it.
And so
that was a great impact too. Like
yeah.
it felt very real. I was like, damn, man.
Yep.
The way that
the glass shatters and stuff. And yeah. It's kind of a different story too, because you got the one brother, his sister was missing, so he was out there. The hunter camper guy, was out hunting Jason, where he came into the mix too with it. Like I said, pretty good. Also, the trend of crushing the head. I think that they had one of those in there too.
Oh yeah, they have a bunch of in a lot of the Friday the 13th, there's got to be like a head crush.
Yeah,
which is
crush a head, have somebody get thrown out of a window, and then Tommy, with all his interests of making the fake masks and trying to model things, I thought it was kind of interesting. Like at the end of that, where again, I'm like, wow, he had enough time to do that, but him kind of being smart for his age and trying to play that. You get another kind of trick on Jason, where he's trying to shave his head and do the stuff to make it look like.
Jason. I thought that was awesome. Yep. I really like that.
Yep. So for all those, I really liked it. But like I said, there was that cliffhanger at the end where he's hugging his sister.
Yeah.
And Tommy looks up and you get that look. And I was just expecting different things from him. We were talking about that earlier with the next movie. But anyway, that's where I got that for my third pick. So let's keep her rolling here. What do you got for numero dos?
All right, numero dos. We've got the final chapter.
The final chapter.
Yep. Yeah, man, it really is, like, to me, just the perfect slasher movie from start to finish. I mean, it's just, you got all the great kills, the Tom Savini, effects and everything in full swing. I mean, I love the face crush in the bathroom.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So good. The chick that gets the axe, while she's wearing the towel. The one of my favorite kills in the entire franchise is the coroner who gets the saw through the throat and then he gets his head spun around.
Yep.
The score's perfect. Ted White as Jason, excellent. He's got the physicality. He's just so big and burly and wide, just like, and it looks like a monster. He's got those hands with like the black fingernails and all that stuff, and he really does just look like a monster. And then this movie I feel like does have like really good atmosphere, because especially those, you got the classic scenes where they're playing the lake and all that stuff, and then but then at night, then it starts to like kind of rain, and you get like these cool shots of like that one girl, the one twin that gets like stabbed to the chest, and you just see it reflected like the shadow, because it's like lightning, and then you just see the shadow of her getting stabbed. And it's just a lot of cool scenes, like you mentioned, the other girl, the other twin getting thrown out the window. Um, and yeah, Corey Feldman is. I mean, it's so cool that they got him in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Great, this amazing kid actor that would, he would end up going to do like the Goonies and just so many classic films from our childhoods, and uh, or films that you grew up watching, at the theater or whatever. But so it's always great seeing him. And I'm trying to think of what else. Yeah, there were so many. This one, I don't know. This one, oh, it was funny, yeah, because Ted White was saying that kind of that Corey Feldman was like a bit of a little shit to work with at times or
Oh
whatever.
yeah.
I think Ted White was, I think he's just kind of playing around, but he was saying that he was like a little bit of a shit, but he did a great job. He still recognized that he was perfectly, like casted and everything. So he was just a
Yeah.
great young actor. But yeah, that was funny. Ted White was sorry. um, and yeah, I think that's really about it. I really do. I think it's got all the kills are great. The characters are all fun and entertaining. I mean, like you said, Crispin Glover is so funny in
Yeah.
this. And all the friends, all those characters, I think do a really good job.
Yeah.
The lady that you mentioned that was out in the raft is like, it was like freezing out in that water, and she's like butt ass naked, and it was like freezing at the time and stuff. So that was like, really crazy to film. But yeah, it's just I really love the mask in that one too.
Oh yeah.
And I like the fact that the characters, like, they're at least somewhat trying to like fight back and everything.
Yeah.
But he's just such a hulk of a Jason busting through that door. They had like barricaded the door, and he just like
Oh
busted
yeah.
it. So,
Yep.
oh man. And then that scene where he just gets the machete through the face, and then he just falls on it like
Oh,
that effect.
I forgot
Man.
about that. And then drags down it kind of
It
like
and the one eyeball's like
yeah.
rolling around and stuff. I'm like,
I kind of forgot about that. Yep.
just yeah, there's so much awesome stuff in that film. It really is. Yeah, to me, just like the perfect slasher. If you just want like, it's like the perfect like blueprint of how to make a great slasher film.
No, I can see that for sure. But yeah, it's really good. All right, moving on.
Moving on.
So this is where some of our stuff will be different from each other. But
Yeah.
So my number 2
Dun dun dun.
is part 2.
Ooh, okay, all right.
So I had a lot of fun with part 2. So I really like this one. I'm trying to look back at some of my notes on this, but I thought this one thing that did kind of throw me, they had a lot of the point of view shots through this one. I thought still, from Jason, and I'm not always a huge fan of some of those. There was some really good. Oh, one of the things I wrote down, I thought it was kind of funny. Was like, okay, do people really in the cold, freezing cold, go out walking around outside in their underwear as much as this? Because I was making jokes like there's one or two of the women, and they're just like, oh, it's freezing. It's like, oh, I forgot something in the car, and then like walking out in their underwear, or something like that. And I know it's a movie, but I was just like, oh, it just made me kind of laugh a little bit. What was I going to see here? Yeah. So Jason with like you're talking about potato sack, Jason, or the sack over the head, tater sack. I like the look of it. I think it's good. I think it was a scary. I always think scarecrows are kind of spooky, and you kind of he's got more of like overalls on, and like the farmer kind of in the sack. I thought that looked really good. Some really good kills in this one as well. What did I have here? Oh, one of them, there was a hammer claw to the cop's head. And I always cringe when I see that, getting him. But one of them I always think of, there was the guy in the wheelchair. and he gets the machete to the head, and the poor guy goes down the ramp and is just like bouncing backwards down all those stairs
And it's
going down there.
raining and stuff.
Yeah.
It's filmed so well. Yeah,
Yeah.
great.
So I always think of that one with it. Um, well, I'll try to cut this kind of shorter too. Oh, you talked about this before too, but so this was one of, I think this was the first Friday the 13th movie I ever saw, was part two.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this hits you in the nostalgia
Yep,
feel.
there's
Wow.
nostalgia with
Okay.
it, but I think it was the first one. And that scene, even though it's tamed down from what they originally intended, like you were talking about, that spear through
Yeah.
the bed, that scene, that stuck in my head all the time. I
Well,
mean,
sometimes it's what you don't see that affects you even more, though.
yeah,
So it's kind of funny, but sometimes, and a lot of people, that scene is actually like a lot of people say they rip off the movie Bay of Blood, because there's literally a scene just like that in Bay of Blood where the spear goes through and you see it go through both bodies or whatever. But
yeah,
and even if they did rip it off, that's fine because it's a great kill and it looks so cool. I mean, a lot of movies were ripping off each other back. You know what I mean? Like a
yeah,
lot of movies tend to do that. But after I watched Bay of Blood, I was like, oh yeah, that is like that same kill.
yeah. No, no, yeah, you can definitely see some cutting across with that too.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, those were some of the things that really jumped at me. I could go back and watch this one whenever, but a lot of nostalgia for me. I also thought it was kind of good too with, like I said, I'm horrible at remembering everybody's names, but the final girl in this one, at the beginning they had those hints.
Yeah,
The guy
Jenny.
was, yeah, Jenny, throwing out like, oh, maybe you should use some of your child psychology on some of them. And she's like, I'll use it on you or whatever. And then later, at the end, it's kind of like she bust out some of that child psychology because I kind of, at the whole where Jason's trying to get in that room, she goes in and finds a shrine with his mother's head,
Yeah.
and she's just like looking at her and putting the old sweater on, and which I also think is kind of funny. She's looking at this like decomposing head, and she's like looking straight at it, like trying to fix her hair, like, oh, what does it look like? And I'm like, it's a decomposing head, but but I kind of like that whole little twist because that was kind of the playing on Jason's emotions there and finding a way to get an upper hand on him. He's got
Yeah.
the strength and the power. She obviously can't just overpower him, but she was using some of that psychology on him, and it almost worked for her.
Almost. No, I like it too.
Almost.
Smart is definitely a good way to write it.
Yeah.
Something different.
But yeah. And then again, another one of the many, oh, happy ending, not, kind of a, thing. I think they just like to throw in those in a lot. I know this is only the second one, but that kind of became a common theme.
Oh, they do that all the time with
Yep.
those. Yeah, it's like,
Yep.
yeah.
But so no, I'd say that is my number two. One I completely forgot about. Sorry, not to like sidetrack now. Which one was it? Okay, this is where I'm bad, where things start blurring across each other. But there was a kill. Maybe it was part three. What was the one where the dude was walking around on his hands all the time? And
Oh,
then
that's part three.
Is
Yeah.
that three? Okay. I forgot to talk about that one.
Oh, no, I brought it up in my.
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, because he cuts her, or he cuts him down the middle when he's doing that handstand thing, and then later on when the chick gets stabbed through the hammock, she sees him like up in the rafters.
That's right. Yeah,
Coming
yeah.
down, and he's like,
Yep.
cutting. Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah,
Yep.
that scene.
Sorry, I don't know why that popped into my head, but
No, it's awesome.
all right. Chat one more time. We'll hit the number ones, and then I will let you go because you're probably about passing out talking to me for this long. So
No, it was a great time, man.
yeah,
It was
wrap
a
it
really
up,
great time.
dude. Wrap it
That's
up.
why I was glad that we started early, because
Oh yeah,
could go for a while, so it's always nice to start
yeah.
earlier. Yeah.
We'll get it wrapped up here. Sorry, I don't mean to keep you.
No,
super
no,
late
it's
here,
good.
but Jeff was saying, so I think Jason X might actually sound the best in terms of volume and quality. I assume it's because it's in the digital sound age. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Gizmo saying Friday the 13th original is the best. Thanks, Anthony, for tricking Corey to believe it's your number 3. It's really your number 1. I know my best friend through eternity. Jingle balls.
I
I think
do love the first one does like it moves up the ladder every time I watch it. So it is kind of funny. The original Friday the 13th. It really is great. Um, but
well,
I do just find the final chapter to be like this kind of perfect slasher movie. So that one I just kind of put, and then the other one I have, is just kind of, special to me as well. So
yeah. Well, like I said, I think we could do this again in 6 months, and we might have some stuff in different spots
oh
too.
yeah,
And
for sure,
yeah.
for sure.
So, and then Allie, yeah. Hey Ted, where the hell's the corkscrew? That's a good kill scene there with
It
him. But
is.
we got Hagen in here saying, "What up, guys?"
What's up,
So
Hagen?
good to see you, man. We'll have to get your list sometime, Hagen.
Yeah, I was
If you've
curious.
gone
I'm
through
trying to
them
think
all.
if Hagen's made it through all the Friday the 13th movies or not.
I
Trying
don't
to.
know if you're still in here. It took me a while to get to it, but if you're in here, you have to let us know if you've watched them all or if you ever have a desire to watch them all. But,
Yeah, let us know.
yeah. Okay. Put a pin in there, and we're wrapping her up. You're
All right.
almost done. Home stretch number 1 on
No,
Anthony's
numero
list.
uno.
Yes.
We got Jason Lives.
Yeah. It's a good one.
And now this one I just think is like it's so much fun, man. I
Yeah.
love the music. You have Alice Cooper just,
Oh yeah.
all over the soundtrack. Um and the characters are a ton of fun. I love all the camp counselors. You actually get to see the kids show up to the campground, which like never happens. So it's like the counselors are always getting the camp ready, and now
Right.
finally you get to see the kids at the campsite. So
Yeah.
it like adds kind of another layer to it. I love the RV scene where he kills those two in the RV, and then he's just standing on top of it, and the whole RV's on fire.
Oh yeah.
Amazing. Um, I really like just kind of like I said, the playfulness, the winking at the camera, the being like kind of self-referential, just acknowledging that it's a fun movie. We're having a good time here. Like you said, the 007 bit at the beginning,
Yep.
it shows you what the tone's gonna be, and what they're going for. The paintball scene, the triple decapitation, which is another thing that got hit hard by the MPAA. They were like, oh, we gotta, because they had like built this whole thing where it's like they chop the heads off, then the knees buckle, and then they like fall over, and there's like blood spurting out of the neck and all this. Like it was this whole elaborate thing. And they like basically nixed that entire thing, that entire scene. I mean, it still looks cool. You still get like the slash, you see some blood, and the heads kind of just fall over. But if you could have saw that from like a wide shot,
Oh yeah.
like blown away by it. But yeah, that whole paintball scene's fun, and I think CJ Graham does a really great job at playing Jason, even though I know there was also another guy playing Jason at the beginning, but then they got rid of him, and then CJ Graham came in and took over. So, some of the scenes are the other guy as well, but yeah, once again, all of the stunt work when Jason's going into the water and the water's on fire, and he's trying to put the chain around his neck and then throw the boulder overboard to keep Jason at the bottom of the lake, and that whole sequence, I'm like, man, that had to have been very dangerous to film, because you got to worry about CJ Graham playing Jason drowning or catching fire,
Right.
or the boat catching fire.
Yeah.
Like, there's just so many things that could go wrong in that scene, but it works out very well. I really like Jennifer Cook as Megan. I thought she was fun, a lot of personality. And David Kagan as the sheriff, her dad was great as well. His death is very memorable, getting folded in half. But I really like the sheriff in there, because he's just like, he means business.
Right.
Tom Matthews is Tommy Jarvis. Just excellent. I really enjoy his acting, very believable. Even though he resurrected Jason, it was his fault.
Right.
um, because Jason was, doing his thing. He was slumbering, man. He was dead and
Yep.
done. And Tommy basically brought him back to life. So it's his fault, really. But I love the way they shot that whole scene because, like I said, it's basically like Frankenstein. So it looks great. The lightning coming down and everything.
Yeah.
Uh,
I like that a lot.
Yeah, and I think Tom McLaughlin directed the hell out of it, because I'm glad, because he even said, he's like, look, man, it's the sixth movie in the franchise. I gotta make it my own. I gotta do my own thing. And the higher ups said, like, yeah, you can do whatever you want, just don't make fun of Jason. Don't make him look weak or goofy or anything. And
Yeah.
I think he did a fantastic job with that, because Jason's still super serious. It's just you're having kind of some fun around him, kind of like the Return of the Living Dead, where you kind of got that punk rock kind of thing going in a way, like, because you got the Alice Cooper music and people are just having fun, and it kind of has a little bit of those vibes to it. So Jason Lives, number one. Great.
Hard to argue about that.
Yeah.
So I know mine probably won't be hard to argue about, because I know some people hate it. But nostalgia thing for me again. But for whatever reason, I'm gonna have number one. I got part 7, New Blood.
I do. That's awesome. I think that's so cool. That was the hardest one for me to rank, honestly.
I know some people really don't care for it. So like, how could you have that number one? It was not the first one I ever watched, but that was one that I saw pretty early on as well, like many times. It was like one of those rental ones where I was like, oh, let's rent that again or whatever, and watching it. I know it would probably have been so much better if it didn't get chopped up so much with the ratings. I know it would go so much farther. So I'm going to hit some of the things I don't care for as much first, and then go into the rest. So that I know it would have been a lot better. And the very end of it, I thought was kind of weak, how it ended with her dad jumping back out of the water. And but like you said too, they had so many. I think it would have been better, like you were talking about some of the different makeup effects that they were working with, but got nixed because I'm like, okay, he looks like he's pretty perfect, and this was when she was a little girl, and now she's a teenager or whatever she is. Like, if he was in the water, though, I mean, look at Jason.
Exactly. That's why it's like I can't believe the assistant producer thought that would look stupid.
Yeah,
it's like, well, that's how Jason looks, so that's how he would also be very decomposed by that point. It's like, it just makes sense. I don't know why even fight over something like that. They
like threw a couple pieces of like moss or seaweed on him or something.
I know.
I'm like that's it. After like 10
face.
years in the water or whatever, So those were some of the weak points for me. So I can completely understand that when that people say that takes it out of them, or for them. And some people don't like the fact of being, a Carrie ripoff with that, but I'm okay with that. I really liked it. I liked Tina as a character. I know she got a little mopey, or I don't know, mopey is the word, but like crying or whatever. Didn't bother me. I liked her, and I liked that she started to develop the powers, and was able to kind of go toe to toe with Jason a little bit. It was nice seeing him getting caught off guard, and he didn't know how to handle some of the situations. You could tell he got caught off guard in some spots where, she did some pretty inventive things like against him. There was one where she was like tightening the straps of the hockey mask on his face, and it was like starting to crush, and
it breaks open. You see his face.
Yep. And you get to see his face. Shooting nails at him, and then he's having like trying to pick him out. And I always remember for whatever reason, the coming up the stairs and the light coming down.
So good.
No, that one hit him and knocked him down, but maybe it was downstairs. The one light that came down and wrapped around his neck.
Yes.
And so I think going up the stairs, she used it to hit him, and that's where he fell through down to the basement.
Right.
Yeah. But there's the one scene I like where the light comes down, and part of me is like, okay, how long can that cord stretch
right?
out there too?
I was thinking, but who cares,
but
right?
Who cares? Don't
we're
think about that.
Fun here, yeah.
But Rapson, hangs him with that. So I thought it was kind of cool how they threw some of her powers into that. You mentioned too, really liking Jason's look in the
Oh,
movie, and
yeah,
I think this is my favorite one
mine
out
too.
of all of them.
Mine too.
For a lot of the things you pointed out, the how torn up the suit is, and you're seeing exposed bones and the spine in there. It's got that part of the chain still around his neck, kind of hanging.
So good.
It just looks, I don't know, bad. I don't know.
It
It's
does
like
look
he just looks
badass,
pretty,
man.
yeah,
It does.
badass. It just looks cool. I like that was one of my favorite looks for Jason on there. Um, and then I made jokes too. You know, you're kind of going towards some of the tropes of all, like a lot of these movies, but I'm like, man, everybody's always having car trouble, and there's always a machete laying around somewhere for
Yeah,
Jason to find or whatever. But and then you get some of the great kills that you see in some other ones too, where he's just punching through somebody's back or chest or something, and um, it just looks, you know, real obviously really brutal. And I think this is the one where you get the sleeping bag
yep.
kill.
The famous sleeping bag kill.
Yep. So that always seemed like brutal. Even the tamed down what they got to show. So this was one of the making of that I got to watch after you were talking to me about, like, oh, you should, and I want to get through more of them, but they said how tamed down that scene was from what they were originally going for. Um but even what's in the film, even though it's like the one swing, I mean, it's a powerful,
Oh
and
yeah.
you just get that I don't know, that you hear the sound, the thud, and the body just going limp and it just dropping. Um, yeah, it just, that's pretty brutal.
You get a head crush in this as well.
Yeah,
But
yep.
now that one I thought was really cool, and when
I
they were
wrote that.
about the behind the scenes of that, and they had like an effect where the it was like a collapsible head. So as
Yes.
Jason is crushing the head, there's like just blood and stuff squirting out, and the head's getting smaller and smaller, and more blood's just coming out. That's one I would love. I would love to see that killed
The original.
because it is just brutal looking. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Because they said they're like, it was a full size head and they made
yeah.
it so he could like crush it down to like a walnut. I think they
So
said, or
yeah.
something like that.
Yes. Oh man.
And I even wrote that down. I was like, sure likes crushing heads. But I had that on there, and then for whatever reason, I thought it was kind of funny too. With there was a van in this one too, wasn't there? And there was
Yep.
the birthday party horn that he
Yep.
like
Boop.
jabs in the guy's eye. Um, uh, you know, there's a couple people. The one gal that's the stuck up rich girl kind of got on
Oh,
my nerves.
so glad when she gets the axe to the
Yeah,
back of the head, man. That
yeah,
was so good. Or to the front of the or to her face. It gets like because she opens
yeah.
the door and then he like hits her right in the face with it, and then he just throws her ass across the room. I
Yep,
love that.
that's right. And I even like that scene with her and Tina where she uses the powers and the necklace like kind of
Yeah,
reaches up and gets tight, and you can tell she's almost choking a little bit, and the pearls just go flying everywhere.
yeah,
And I kind of like that because it was kind of put in her place there too, where she thought she was high and mighty and making fun of her, and then you could tell she was really scared. She didn't know what just happened to her. Um, I was laughing about this one too. I was like, "Oh, Jason's really breaking out all the gardening tools in
oh,
this
yeah,
one." You know, there was a lot of different ones, but that behind the scenes making of, I would also like to see the scene too, where they said there was that almost like a weed eater, but had a big circular saw on there where he goes after the doctor and like gets him in the stomach, and they were like, "Oh, we had this cool scene where." It was getting stuck and like intestines were coming out, and I was like,
yeah. There's
you're
yeah,
like ripping around there, and like, yeah, we couldn't do any of that stuff. And even the mother, they said that scene was gonna be a lot more too. You'd see it
yeah.
actually.
It actually like goes through her back, then pops out of her chest, and then the blood just goes all over the doctor's face and everything. Bad News Cruise, and
Yep.
it's yeah, that was supposed to be way more brutal too. But you just get it's all just trimmed down.
Yep. So a lot of things I liked about that. I sometimes mix it in the comedy again. Sometimes there's like some of those little lines that for a reason I was like, I got to write that down while I was watching it. But I think there was the one guy that was smoking pot all the time,
Ugh,
and he was in bed with that girl. And I had to write it down. I think I got it pretty close to what he said, but he's like, you know what I like about you? You hardly sweat or something like, or I don't know if it was in bed or like when he's trying to get her there, but it was like, you hardly sweat or you hardly sweat at all or something like that. I'm like, pretty smooth, dude. Pretty smooth. He's like, he's a woman's man there. Yeah. And talking about the, you know, Kane doing all the, stunt work, there was like the crazy stuff. Like you talked about the fire scene, where he gets lit on
So
fire. And then they were talking about in that making of to him on the porch and dropping that whole overhang of the house down on him. And he was actually, they were like, we don't know if we want to do this. And he was like, yeah, Kane was like, yeah, let's do it. That sounds great. I was like, yeah, let's go, and he
hit
was
me
like,
with whatever you got. Yeah,
yep.
just drop the whole damn house on me if you want.
Yeah, because I think he was like, I was really afraid of killing him or something like that, and it's like, don't want that to happen. But yeah, no, a lot of great things like that. But yeah, I wish the ending could have either ending would have been different or they would have gone with some of that original ideas with the makeup or effects with the dad, at the end of it. But yeah, I know it's all personal list. I have a little nostalgia for it, and for a reason that one sticks out for me. But I liked the idea of somebody having a different type of upper hand that they could throw back at Jason, and he had to try to work through that and deal with it, not just come at and kill him. But she really could be a force against him too. So, but going back to Jason Lives, when you really like that with accidentally bringing him back to life. I guess I kind of skipped over that too. That's the same thing in this one, where at the beginning where she is back at the lake and was like crying about her dad and was like, dad, like she thinks she senses him and like, I would just want you back kind of a thing. And it brings Jason back to life, down in the water there. So another accidental revival.
She summoned him, So you get what you get. Once again, Jason was just trying to relax and
yeah, he was chilling, not bothering anybody. Which is funny when they were like dropping him down for Jason, for when they had the rock on him and everything, he was still grabbing them when they were in the water. So I was like, that really can't be that deep. But then like later, in the next movie, it's like way down underneath the water. It's like way down. I'm like, somebody's going to find him somewhere there. But
there's a great effect too at the beginning of New Blood where, her dad, she's, Tina's a little girl and she's wishing that her dad was dead and he's out on the dock, and then the dock starts to shake back and forth. That's a great looking effect as well. I thought that was really cool. And then finally just like collapses.
Yeah.
But
I think they make a comment about that in that making of too, where that was a difficult scene.
It looks great though.
Yeah.
Really cool. I love how they did that. And then the director John Carl Buechler was talking about how if he ever got the chance to do a sequel, he would have Tina in like, back at the mental hospital, and then Jason would follow her there and then just start killing everybody at the hospital.
Yeah.
And I always thought that would be such a cool movie.
Because didn't he say something like, it was like, oh, I'd love it if she got locked back up in there thinking that she killed all the people, they think she did it all and was
exactly.
And I think that would have been great.
Yeah.
And come back into the hospital there. But all right, we'll hit the comments one more time and we'll wrap her up for the night because I took way too long here with you, but I appreciate it, man.
No, it was a great time.
So we got we'll have a couple more. Everybody else is probably dropping.
Right. Right. After this long, they're like, we give up.
Yeah. I'm gonna skip that one too, but yeah, Anthony, I'm tired. When will Friday the 13th be over and Saturday the 14th begin? It's not too awful far for Anthony, and I'm not sure an hour behind. So I'll say this: we'll wrap it up for the night. I appreciate you hanging out for this long. I never knew how long. I knew it would take a little while, like in a good way, like to get through all these films and both of us talking about them and hitting the chat. But I appreciate you hanging in there the full time and doing this and, rewatching those. And it was a lot of fun, man. I had a great time hanging out with you. And everybody that's been hanging out in the chat, I know we're a lot less now, which I expect, 4+ hours into it, but
Right.
there's been a good steady chat through this. So everybody that's been hanging out for part of it or the whole thing, I appreciate it very much. Or, even if you're hitting replay of it, I really, really appreciate it. And Jeff was Gizmo. Don't wrap it up. Keep it classy. Yep, there we go. Got to get that from Gizmo. And then Jeff said, "Fantastic extreme, fellas. Great spending the evening with you all. Thanks for hanging out here, man. You've been
Yeah,
here
thank you
like
for
the
hanging
whole
out.
time, I think."
And thank you for having me on, Corey. I appreciate
Yeah,
it. It was a great stream. Love talking about the Friday the 13th franchise. So
yeah.
it's
And
awesome.
until the next franchise we come up with,
All right.
we'll say bye to you all tonight. Have a great one, and
Later.